Oh. Hello. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing good. I actually forgot I need to do something to go live. The Twitch channel. Give me 1 second. Anyway, just to intro today's video. Today, I'm going to be streaming some Valheim. And what we're going to be doing is the first casual playthrough, maybe like, I don't know, almost like ever, basically since like the game even came out. So I'm actually super excited to be starting, yeah, my Deep North run. It's going to be awesome. So you guys have probably seen lots of people's like Deep North prep runs at this point, but you know, the idea is we just start a new playthrough and with the objective of ultimately being ready to dive straight into the Deep North when it comes out, because normally, as long as you don't go into the areas where the new biome is going to be, you're able to carry on your own world. Now, we might still start a new world at some point, obviously. But that's the idea of this series. So I'm actually super looking forward to it. So yeah, if you enjoyed this video, let me know in the comments. Leave a like and all that good stuff. But yeah, let's just make sure first we're actually live everywhere. And everything's in order. Everything's looking good. Looking good there. And let's take a look. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. If you're watching this, I hope everyone's doing good. I'm really excited for this. I'm really excited. I will post in the Discord as well, just to let everybody know that we're live. In the Discord as well. Mute that. Use that guy. All right. Let's do this. Yeah, everything looks good. Yeah, so I actually forgot before I went live. I redid my setup, right? So that we can actually do 1440p on YouTube and 1080p on Twitch, so that we can get the most optimal for both worlds. So let me just post that we've gone live and we'll get started. In the meantime, feel free to let me know how you're doing in the comments, what you've been up to, and if you're excited for the Deep North. Oh yeah, we created some scripts as well, didn't we? So Windows was screwing us over on stream with all the weird shortcuts. So we'll get that going as well. Yeah, this should be a lot of fun. It's funny, we really haven't done a lot of casual Valheim content like at all over the years. And yeah, I'm finally at the point where I'm actually super excited about just playing the game normally. Live with Valheim Deep North prep playthrough. There we go. Should be all Gucci. Right. If you guys do stop by the stream, just let me know that everything's like looking and sounding good, because yeah, it's been a while, but everything should be top notch. The title right on Twitch. It is. All right, let's do it. New character. I think we need to call him like Northman or something, just to make it clear. Sorry. I stopped doing like fun character names a long time ago, unless it's a weird theme or a Easter egg for a video. I almost always have so many different characters for so many different projects that I just end up having to kind of just label them so I know what's what. Well, I normally just go default character because I'm way beyond caring what my character looks like at this point. But maybe we should actually... If we're going to be sticking with this guy for a long time. What is that? This is, I feel like this is my almost like signature hairstyle at this point. What's up, Jason? And stuff on the stream, mate. I hope you're doing good. I gave all mine old English names. Like William VIII. That's nice. I like that idea. When I say label my characters, it's almost always something man. But it'll be like Speedman, Testman. I don't know, it depends on what I'm working on. I feel like I never make blonde characters. Go with that. There's probably almost always spoilers. Because of exactly what I just said, there's almost always spoilers in the list of my world names that we just definitely don't bring attention to. So yeah, I'm going to be playing on this normal settings. Because this is like me actually getting to experience normal Valheim vanilla experience in a way that I never normally get that luxury, and I'm really excited about it. It's funny because I know people like... I'm just running a script right now, guys, that blocks things that ruin my Valheim gameplay on my computer. Obviously, I know people have become accustomed to us doing a certain thing on this channel when it comes to live streams. But, yeah, I did a stream a while ago. And I forget what it was we're doing, but we're just some sort of like speed or challenge related. But I was really tired, or I wasn't feeling well, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna play. I'm gonna take a break from this right now and just start like a new world and just play on it for a bit, just for fun. And I enjoyed it so much, I was like, I need to stream more of playing the game normal. But I'm getting so excited for 1.0 now. And you know, even though I've taken some breaks from content here and there, you know, I've been consistently making content for this game since the game came out. It's a really, really long time. And that on top of like just doing other things in my life, I feel like hasn't left me with a ton of time to just play the game normally. to the point where I've spent so little time now since release playing the game normally. Because like if new content comes out, I'm like going straight there. I'm taking a shortcut straight there. You know what I mean? I'm always trying to get through it super quickly. I'm trying to look around what's going on, by the way, as we land in. And yeah, I just have to like spoil all the content for myself and learn all the new things so I can make videos about it. I just had a super weird feeling like I need to start a timer. What's up, Mark? Thanks for stuck by the stream, mate. Blessings upon this new world. Oh yeah, what's up, Marcus? I'm really looking forward to it, Mark. It's going to be awesome. Hey, what's up, Dan? Long time no see. Hope you're doing good, bud. So, I don't know how much time I'm going to have tonight, but I'm going to play for as long as I can handle it. It would be... What's going on with my mouse right now? It feels super weird. It doesn't seem right to me, but... I would like to get Fenris armor before the end of the stream. Where's the rest of the rocks and stuff? Do I have vegetation? Hey, Acid, we got a load of the OGs in the chat tonight. What's happening? Acid Raindrop. Another... At least you got two back-to-back people from the PUBG days in the chat. What's that about? What does it mean? The game is going good though, thanks Acid. Wish the Fenris set had a cape. That would be really cool, Jason, actually. I agree with that. Some of us are still stuck there. Oh no, imagine the horror. I'll be honest, I uninstalled PUBG for the first time literally just the other day. So I still, very rarely, but I dabble in time to time. What I find super funny about my friends that I met playing PUBG is just like everybody hates the game and quits the game like multiple times a year. Like tons of the people that I knew from PUBG switched to play in Arc Raiders. Now the Arc Raiders hype seems to have died down. Everybody just seems to be back to playing PUBG. Wanted to check in for a clock in for a night shift. I appreciate that, mate. You're doing good. Yeah, so obviously Valheim 1.0 comes out on the 9th, which doesn't really leave us with tons of time. So we're not going to be like mega taking our time with this playthrough, but we have plenty of time to do a nice cozy playthrough, and then some. Really, it's just forgot activate all my keybinds yet. Trophy, please. So yeah, I'm probably gonna still go just kill eat there pretty soon. Well, my mouse is being a bit weird. I'm trying to ignore it, so I'm not derailing the stream in the settings menu. But how's everyone doing anyway, guys? Excited for Valheim 1.0? Or is there maybe anyone who's not played Valheim yet that might be diving in for 1.0? One thing's for sure, you guys aren't going to be rid of me for quite some time once 1.0 comes out. I might have had like a solid sort of 9-10 month period where I didn't post that much. I'm definitely going to be posting. What's up, Mike? Good to see you, mate, as well. Appreciate you stopping by, dude. Hope you're doing good. Everything sounded and looking good with the stream, by the way. Started another playthrough a week or two ago, day 250, and in the mountains. Nice. One of the things that one of the things that I'm sort of excited about is just the fact that, like, I've talked about this a lot over the years, making content and stuff. Like, there's never really been a time that I was sick of Valheim. Just like, I always just have a lot of other interests, you know what I mean? And I normally play lots of different games. And there's definitely times where I'm just like more interested in other things. But it's been so long. Since I just played this game normally, and you know, there's gonna be so much new content with the Deep North that I am actually like genuinely really excited to just be playing the game normally. Especially like, oh, we never play with the music on. Is forget about this music change when you discover a point of interest. Like, especially the fact that, you know, on this channel specifically, if I stream Valheim, it's like a challenge or a speedrun. You know what I mean? You know, that's what most people sort of expect on this channel. But I was explaining earlier that we did a stream a while ago where I just get kind of tired and was like, you know what, I'm just going to play the game normally for a little bit. And it made me remember that actually, like, how good the game is. You know, playing the game just to chill. Oh, Mike, thank you. Thanks so much for the Prime sub. I really appreciate that. Let's go, dude. I feel like there's something going on here with with my mouse. I don't know. I'll try to ignore it, like I was saying. But yeah, you know, I guess like whenever I stream, there's probably always people watching that aren't aware of this, but like before Valheim, I was still trying to do the content thing full time. And I was primarily just streaming PUBG. But I'd also started making videos. And over the years of playing that game, I became so frustrated with it because it's very clear that the developers not only have made bad decisions, but like there's quite a bit of evidence to show that in some cases they kind of had sort of disdain for the community. And when Valheim came out, like I was considering maybe making content for it, but I started out just playing the game just like everybody else, like just chilling, just having fun. And I was enjoying it so much that I kind of thought, oh yeah, we got a trophy, nice.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
Oh, thanks so much.
It's been a long haul, but fun nevertheless. Rolling on the floor laughing emoji.
Man, thanks so much for the freaking 47 months YouTube membership. That's such a long time. That's crazy. Thanks so much, Mike. I really appreciate that. Now it's been a long time, dude. By the way, I keep forgetting I finally renamed my tiers to just like funny parodies of science fiction / fantasy stuff. So Mike is specifically a superior android mind. So thanks so much for being at the superior android mind level. It's now official. Just so you know. Yeah, anyway, so when Valheim came out, I was thinking, oh, I'm enjoying this so much, I might actually make like a whole second channel and just have some kind of I think I literally created a Twitch channel that was called like Nick Chillin' or something stupid like that. And I was like, oh, I'll just do stuff that's like relaxing for me on this one channel. And then the serious stuff, the real gamer stuff, will still be on, you know, the Nick Rawcliffe channel, right? That was what I was thinking at the time. And so I set up that channel, I set up that stream, and I was like, I'll go live with this like after I've been done playing PUBG for like several hours or something, right? And then the next day I went live with PUBG. And like multiple games in a row, it was like one, I died to a cheater. Then I got a certain bug yeah, I died to a cheater. Started the next game. Died because there was like a certain bug. Then I started the next game. Then I was in a hot drop and there was like a piece of level geometry sticking out that shouldn't be there, that should have been fixed ages ago. I got stuck on that, died to that. And it pissed me off so much that I was like, this isn't fun anymore. I'd rather be playing Valheim. I was just like, fuck this. Close PUBG, open Valheim on stream, and it literally I've never looked back. And the reason I'm bringing this up is the feeling of like genuinely being excited to just play the game normally again. Leading up to 1.0. it just reminds me of that time, you know what I mean? And like how much of a breath of fresh air Valheim was back then. I want to harvest these boar more than I want to catch this. It's not a speedrun, is it? I was going to say I almost lost it then. I love a good boar stone. It's so interesting that basically just this one little lore stone here that basically gives you a little bit of lore on the boars. That also, you know, spawns a shitload of boar around it always. It's kind of interesting that they didn't really do that for like lots of things in the game. Because I don't know if anyone's ever attempted it or if you've watched any content creators do it, but there was, when the game was still kind of new, it was kind of like a thing that people would try and find all of these stones. And I remember like people starting to have pretty serious trouble finding certain ones. And you know, I think it would be kind of cool, as long as they're rare. You know, the idea of like them coming with some pretty useful loot, even if it's just like, you know, some mob that drops something really useful. But that kind of thing in general is something that I've always been an advocate for in Valheim. Just the idea that you could just have these sort of random little loot spots in each biome and have really useful things, even if it's super rare. And slowly we have been kind of getting there. What's this one under? This is the kind of thing that I literally never do because I never play the game normally. Blue-eyed shufflers in muck. The neck are small lizards native to Valheim. So it's the neck one. We might as well start collecting flint and then head to that little hut. We'll slap a bed down. What's up, novel? It comes out on September 9th. I'm just starting my new playthrough now for it. I know Iron Gate are at Gamescom right now as well, right? You have to wonder. They're probably going to show something there, but I kind of don't want to see anymore. Trophy, please. No trophy? What is this? Yeah, so we haven't got long. So honestly, for most people, now is, I would say, the time. I wouldn't leave it much later if you want to start a new playthrough. In time for the Deep North if you want to play around release. This hive is just going to hover there because it's kind of attached to this tree. So we're getting some useful stuff. Finding a bee is nice. Thought. Oh yeah, this is a proper hot. Are they changing the early game? So, yes and no. As far as we know, they haven't really said there's going to be... Look at all of these notifications popping up. I always think it's so silly. Like how many there can be sometimes. So, they've not mentioned about... Right, so I'll just say what is coming that they've said. There is going to be new stuff, right, outside of the Deep North. There's going to be a handful of new things. They've said that. One of the main things they've spoken about is that they're basically adding, like, biome variants. So there can be slightly different versions of biomes instead of them all being the same. And I believe they even said that the rate at which variants increase may... Sorry. That the rate at which variants appear might increase the further away from the spawn that you go. So, when it comes to like changes to the early game, things like the meadows, you know, the black forest, the swamp, like all the biomes, we're gonna get at least like new looking biomes, you know what I mean? As far as like content, like there's gonna be some new things here and there, I believe, in terms of just like items, features, quality of life things. But as for like extra early game content, I don't think so. But it's gonna be a massive update. I don't know how much we've really spoken about it, especially like on stream, but yeah, because I was gonna do more coverage about the announcement of 1.0, and I kind of decided against it. The reason being, by the way, is just like kind of like most of the channels, most of the videos on my channel, I feel like it's kind of evergreen. You know what I mean? There's like guides and like kind of like weird challengey videos and stuff. And like those videos, like people still watch, you know what I mean? I guess we'll just put a chest down here. Maybe. For now as well. Fuck this. You know, I feel like a lot of the types of videos that I make, they usually stay sort of relevant for a long time, at least to newcomers. You know what I mean? Obviously, there's a certain type of thing where, like, you know, there's no getting around the fact if you make guides and stuff that, like, as players become experienced with the game, they don't need it as much, you know what I mean? But what I don't like about like news coverage and stuff like that is whenever it's like mega topical, it's like the video becomes irrelevant once people have watched like 1 or 2 videos about it, you know what I mean? And also, like, everybody does videos like that. I know I'm not necessarily against the idea of me doing more. It's just like I made a couple of videos around the topic of the Deep North, and I even think I mentioned that I was going to do another one in one of the videos, and then I never actually did it. And I always set these traps for myself where no one's asking, and I just say I'll do something and then I'll change my mind. But anyway, when it comes to videos about any topical stuff, I was kind of like, I'd rather just do stuff that I'm more interested in. It's like the usual kind of stuff, just finding like, I do like helping new players and making like educational guides from time to time, and I like doing the challenge videos. I enjoyed the stupid challenge, like the vegetarian challenge, no boat. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, that was a good one. I'll just wait until 1.0 release to start a new game. Nice. I think that is sensible. But yeah, when it comes to hammering out news content, it's like, I might do it a little bit, but I decided against it. But anyway, the reason why I even brought that up is because I was going to make a video where I was like going to speculate about my sort of theories for what the end of Valheim is going to look like. Which I'm not going to get super deep into, but basically, when you see like the coverage of the Deep North so far, you know, we've kind of seen basically a bunch of stuff that you do to sort of gain access to a certain area. And there's clearly a thing that's going to be like dungeons right in those towers. But there's like a portal at the bottom of that, and then there's another portal looking thing, right, that you clearly like slot things into to open up. I think what's going to happen is basically there is like kind of a whole other sort of dimension type of thing. Basically like an additional biome, kind of like it's a whole different area slash biome, as well as the Deep North, that you kind of like go to do like a bunch of end game stuff before the actual boss. That's been my theory for a really, really long time. And it's actually also what I've always said that I wanted as well, to be clear. I really like the game Tribes of Midgard. It's sort of like a roguelike survival Viking themed game. And it has many similarities in structure to Valheim, where you do bosses and there's like a shrine type thing at the world spawn where like these stones are lighting up as you do bosses. But like when you do them all, like a portal opens there where you go to Valhalla, and then Valhalla isn't like a huge world. Like Tribes of Midgard is like Valheim in that it's like a large procedure generated world. Valhalla is more just like a level that you like work your way through, and it tells the story of the end game. Like that kind of thing I've always thought would be sick in Valheim. I haven't been gaming much lately, but I fired up a new game of XCOM 2 and just play a couple of missions at a time, then quit. Nice. I've never tried XCOM or XCOM 2. I think I might have tried XCOM many years ago, but they always seem like super cool games. Let's make some more food. They always look super good. I don't enjoy Ashlands much, so I'm hoping I like the experience in the Deep North more. I get that. I do think I feel like whilst I think compared to most games, like Iron Gate have done such a good job with this game, and Valheim has pretty much always been in a good state. You know what I mean? There's never been a time when it was just like horrible. Like, you know, like, people know what I'm talking about, especially if you play like multiplayer games. Like, sometimes there's just a patch and the game doesn't even like work or something. You know what I mean? It's like they've done a fantastic job. However, I do think, you know, for some players, unfortunately for Iron Gate, I do think there's been some slight issues with Mistlands and Ashlands. That, you know, maybe took the fun out a little bit out of the game, in at least in those biomes. Now, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think they necessarily. They may have lost people because of it, but I don't think it's like anything so bad that a load of people like rage quit those like the game because of those biomes. But I do think this idea of like T-Max saying like there's a lot of people I think where they're just not a big fan of Mistlands and the Ashlands because of it. And I think that has been a bit of a growing pain for the game and the community, because like, I think, for example, the Mistlands was such a crazy addition to the game because we got magic and stuff like that. And my favorite thing about the Mistlands is that we have basically like a Zelda-style quest to find those fragments for the first time in the story, kind of. Like, when you're playing through the game. And that's really cool. But the combination of that fucking terrain and that, like, fog, the mist itself. I mean, it's obviously a nightmare. You know what I mean? And it is something that I think it's an issue when it comes to building excitement for the community, because I don't think necessarily the Valheim community feels burned or anything, but I think there's a lot of people that kind of feel like they were super excited about the Mistlands and they liked it, but it was like there was stuff about it that made them just feel like, oh, it's more of a pain in the arse though. Like that, I think in my perspective, from what I've seen in like comments and talking to people and in chat and stuff, it's like people really love the features, like so many of the cool things about the Mistlands. But so many people can't be bothered with dealing with the mist and the terrain, and they just feel like it's a bit of a something that, I don't know, like they're not really that excited about. And I think that did make people a little cautious about the Ashlands. And then when the Ashlands came out, I think in my personal opinion, there's aspects that they did better with the Ashlands, because I like the Ashlands. But you have to remember that when it first came out, well, like most of the Valheim audience are pretty casual gamers, and like day one Ashlands, with how crazy it was when you used to like get to a coast and just be mobbed by Chard like instantaneously, and I think a lot of people found Ashlands to be like quite foreboding, just dealing with some of the enemies and stuff. And again, I don't think it was enough like to make people that love Valheim hate Valheim or anything. But I do think the unfortunate reality of having 2 biomes in a row that people like been less enthused about, to the point where like I think a huge amount of the community, their favorite biomes are not the 2 most recent ones. It's gonna make a lot of people cautiously optimistic about the Deep North at the very least, you know what I mean? I think a lot of people are going to be still excited, but they're going to be like, I hope I like it, though. I think a lot of people just feel, I just want a new biome that I want to spend my time in. You know what I mean? Instead of like, it's really cool. I personally really like the current lake game in Valheim, but I think it's a total valid concern that like none of the new places are places players want to like build a base and spend time and relax, like, because Valheim to a lot of people is kind of a cozy game, and I think a lot of people that play the game like that just feel like, oh yeah, on my playthrough I go to those biomes and I get the mats I need and I kill the bosses, but then I don't want to go there ever again. And I think lots of people are sort of hoping that the Deep North is a place where you actually want to spend time. Will you be doing a speedrun soon? I mean, for bosses, of course. Maybe. I'll definitely be doing one in the future. The problem is just that, I mean, there's some stuff I can't talk about, unfortunately, but there's a lot of big stuff coming on the channel and with Valheim, so I think you guys are going to really like. Whenever a big update comes out, I don't have time to do anything other than make videos about the update because it's really time sensitive. And for this update, I have never ever done a like one of these, like, you know, like we're doing this Deep North prep playthrough where I'm just actually playing the game normally for once. I just get to enjoy it like everybody else instead of having to do like, you know, weird speedrun or challenge stuff. I've never done this before. Like every content creator usually does some sort of like prep playthrough like this where they do a full playthrough before the update and then they just, you know, carry on straight into the update when it comes out. I've never done that, and this is the first time that I really wanted to do it because it's now been so long since I played the game normally. I'm now actually really excited to play the game normally. You know what I mean? And so because of that, it might be a while until I actually have time to grind the speedrun again. Now, what I will say is that when the update comes out, and, you know, once I've hammered out my Valheim content about the update, and we've carried on our casual run and beat the boss and stuff on stream, my focus is going to become the speedrun. My plan has always been, since Valheim first launched on Steam in early access, that when 1.0 comes out, I want to figure out any percent speedruns. I want to be like, I want to try and be like the most pivotal I can't talk today. The most pivotal person in the Valheim speedrun community again. There was a time where we were the ones advancing the run by figuring out all of the new strats all of the time, and that was super fun. I really enjoyed doing it. But you know, while I enjoy and think that all bosses speedruns right now are super cool and in a way cooler than they've ever been, the ultimate thing that has always needed to happen in Valheim is just like figuring out ways of beating the game that is just the objective shortest way to beat the game, and it actually there being a quote-unquote end, which we've never ever had before. But with 1.0 we're finally gonna get an end, and we don't totally know what it looks like. Oh my god, hallelujah, finally we got our second trophy. How long did that take? So funny. It's a good job it's not a speedrun. So, you know, we don't maybe rush into the Valheim credits will still involve killing all the bosses. Maybe it won't. But once I've done with all of my 1.0 content, I'm going to be all about any percent, figuring out a real any percent, figuring out the objective shortest way to beat the game, whether it's using glitches or not or whatever, or if we can figure out some skips or whatever. Like, I think there's one major hurdle between Valheim speedrun community and like being widely successful and embraced by the larger speedrun community, and that is how fucking long the run is right now. It's always needed to get shorter, and what is going to happen is that the vast majority of the Valheim community, when 1.0 comes out, is probably just going to continue with the same rule set that me and the other guys laid out when we first created the leaderboard. And that is fine, because that category is awesome and those guys are doing a great job. But always what the community has needed is for just a short as possible category that is actually beating the game. And when 1.0 comes out, for the first time, there's going to be a real quote-unquote beating the game that isn't just an all bosses thing. Like, when I first pitched the game, the speedrun, to speedrun.com, I like, they did not want the game, right? Because it wasn't finished. And I had to make the case that, like, well, for example, you know, in the Dark Souls community, all bosses speedruns are some of the most popular runs, right? People love those runs. People could do the same thing in Valheim. So why wouldn't you allow it? You know what I mean? Oops. I forgot about repairing the fires. So yeah, there will be a time where I'll be grinding those speedruns again. It just might be after 1.0. And you know, we need to give that a serious go. Now, it might be when 1.0 comes out that you know, maybe it won't really be possible. You know what I mean? Maybe basically the run will still be the same plus a new segment. Maybe it won't be possible to do like major skips. So I might grind the any percent thing for 1.0 and come to the conclusion that we just can't figure it out. And in that case, I will I'll probably go back to speedrunning all bosses. I'm taking way too long to answer questions in the chat, aren't I? Right, at least we beat it. There's a lot of great things about Mistlands. My only gripe is I wish you had the ability to push the mist back more. It's a very beautiful biome when you can see. I totally agree. You know, they're not going to change it, I don't think. They're very much insist on keeping certain things the way they are. And I respect developers that stick to their creative vision in general. But unfortunately, yeah, I for example, like, I always kind of expected that there'd be some like lever somewhere that once you beat the Mistlands boss, you'd get rid of all of the mist. I feel like that's quite a standard thing in video games. So that would be great. Now, the funny thing is, I don't know if you've ever totally removed mist from the Mistlands before, but when you do, it kind of looks like shit because it's sort of obvious that it's designed to have all these bits poking out of the mist, and it looks kind of silly without it. So yeah, like just having something like you say that just like clears the mist more than we currently do. Like they did obviously buff like the wisp or whatever a while ago, right? A little bit. So like buffing it like way more, like basically just making it so that everything does like double what it currently does. Would probably be better than totally being able to get rid of it, but yeah, I think it would be great if there was some kind of a way to permanently remove most of the mist. You know, some things, some ways that you can make games challenging aren't interesting. Obscuring vision of players, I think, is a golden rule that you just don't break in video game design personally. That's always been my take on it. But, you know, I don't hate the Mistlands. I think it is really cool. That's just like the one gripe about it, right? Still think there's plenty of stuff they did a phenomenal job with that update. Let's just get some more wood. I love Valheim for its player sets the pace. You can bumble around in the meadows as long as you like. Yeah, I really like that as well. Can't build in the Mistlands, that's a big problem. It's 50% of the playable map area and you can't build there. That's a really good point. Yeah, that I suppose, yeah. It's not even necessarily aesthetic for some people, just the nature of the terrain is so crazy and messy that it also does make building there not possible a lot of the time, which isn't good. That's a really good point. I love the Mistlands, and I'm sure I'm not normal, but Ashlands is rough, especially at higher difficulties. I think that's totally fair. Ashlands, they nerfed it a bit, right? And I remember some people feeling like they over nerfed it, but I think that's fair. I always find it hard to like name a favorite biome because, like, you know, variety is what makes games kind of interesting, right? And I've quite often named Mistlands my favorite biome, even though I hate the terrain and the mist. Just because I think the dungeons are cool. The combat, like the boss fight's really cool. Like I love that you get all the magic and stuff. The build pieces are cool. You know what I mean? It's like there's lots of redeeming qualities about it, but as for like difficulty and stuff, I just kind of feel like, I don't know, like sometimes with this game, it's like, it's not necessarily the fact that something is a harder mob or area or whatever. It's more so just like everybody can handle it. It's just kind of like the way it's handled. And one of the other major gripes with Valheim, I think, with all of this stuff is like, I just feel like the AI often is a part of the quote-unquote challenge. And there's a lot of like mobs where the AI is kind of bad. I don't know. But anyway, I think as a community, sometimes we can focus too much on the things that we don't like, because I feel like we've already spoken too long about negatives, because I literally started the stream saying how excited I was to play this game. That's how awesome it is to play casually. It's literally a novelty at this point for me to play the game casually and not fast or on some sort of weird challenge or mod. Hi Nick, awesome, you are back. You've been missed here. Hope you are fine. Oh, thanks, Tippy. I really appreciate that. I am feeling very good right now. Appreciate that a lot. I will say a while ago, you know, like I was struggling with like health stuff, and there was like a 10-month period where like I barely posted because of how shit I felt. And then I made a big return and was like all excited about being back. And I've definitely been doing, you know, a lot more content than I was, but still always ups and downs with health stuff, and the heat wave did me absolutely no favors. But right now I'm feeling really good. Thank you so much, Bev. I appreciate that. So many OGs, chat.
33 months, Nick. Let's go. Hoppy
Let's go.
30.
Oh, thanks so much. Everything is good. Thanks, Bev. 33 months for the tier 1 Twitch sub. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Bev, for supporting the content. Keeping the dream alive. I have 1,000 hours looking at Valheim, so obviously I love it. Exactly. We all love the game. It's just, you know, you care about maintaining stuff that you love, right? That's why we want to provide feedback. Ashlands is definitely brutal. I was trying to kill this deer whilst out the corner of my eye whilst reading chat on the other screen. Ashlands is definitely brutal, but I think that is the attraction for me anyway. Makes you over prepare. I do like that aspect of it, yeah. I don't really want to stay over here, chat. A little bit. Maybe we do, I don't know. I don't super care where we put like our quote-unquote base necessarily. I don't really know how fancy I'm going to be able to get with the base building on this playthrough and still get done what I want to get done before the update comes out. Make a bow. Make a shield. Oh my god.
I recall you cutting back on the binds. What kind of snack/treat will this gift bring?
That's a good question. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Super generous. Thank you so much. Mark, you flipping legend. I'm gonna heart that. I didn't know I could heart these. That's nice. Thanks so much, bud, for supporting the content, keeping the dream alive. So treats. So actually, you know what? Yeah, so my food, my diet and stuff has had to change like drastically, because basically I found out, for in case anyone doesn't know, like I had like ongoing health issues for like ages, and I basically found out that at the center of it was like a ton of stomach issues and like food intolerances I just never knew that I had, that would have kind of ruining my life gradually. And so my diet is like restricted, but I'm like, I have no issue with it right now. I'm enjoying it. But for treats, I actually just found something super cool that I can have. I found these things. Bonbon d'oeuvres. I don't know, some French shit. It's some Canadian candy basically. And these are just like, it's hard candy. Full screen. It's hard. It's like hard candy. That's basically just 100% maple syrup. We have to have one now. So that's an example of a treat. certain like crisps, as long as the ingredients, it's not like filled with preservatives. If it's just like just salt and potatoes, you can have that. Chicken. These are my only vices these days. But anyway, thanks so much, dude. Thanks so much, Mark. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, so maple syrup in general is one, like, if it's like proper organic, pure maple syrup and not like the fake manufactured stuff, I can have it. A big thing that fucks with me is preservatives and chemical-y type things. Like, if everything's all natural, whole foods, small amount of ingredients, I'm generally okay. What's up, Salvazar? Thanks for the stream, mate. Hey, Nick, nice to see you streaming again. Awesome. Oh, thanks, bud. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you in the chat again. Corporate processed food is the devil. Yeah, this is probably like the worst thing to eat on stream ever. I probably sound gross. And I'm gonna just have to crunch it, right? Because if I suck on it the entire time, it's gonna be here for a long time. But Mark forced me. He basically paid $50 for me to eat this. That's my story. I was doing my job. That's what I heard in the donation message. Oh, we can... Oh, we don't have the bone to upgrade yet, though. Right. Let's go and head to this Black Forest. Hopefully it's real Black Forest. We're at least just going to go and get some copper for a forge. Or maybe see if we can dive into burial chamber or something. Good story. Just facts, man. I'm full of facts. I have an autoimmune issue with gluten, so I avoid it. I want to get into making bread the medieval style. Oh, that's actually really cool. Heirloom grains and stone grind it for 24 hours. That actually sounds very similar. Like so gluten's also an issue for me, and like a lot of breads fuck with me. But I think if I had bread that way, I think I could have it too. But that sounds super cool. I actually bought some bread the other day that I ate and was absolutely fine. I forget what it's called. Begins with S. I'm just playing normal settings because this is literally the idea of this stream and this whole playthrough series is going to be Nick actually plays the game normally for once, like ever. It looked kind of shiny, this. I thought we found copper. Yeah, so I found this bread. There's like a type of wheat that they make bread out of that kind of how did you say? Heirloom grains. Yeah, it's like, I think that's kind of what it is, but I forget what it's called. It begins with S. It's like something wheat that begins with S. And online you can just buy, like, basically sometimes in supermarkets they sell bread that's just made with just this, and it is basically like what wheat was like before it was genetically messed with, and it's like it's all like low ingredients and stuff. This like bread that I found, and anyway, it basically does. It's like a tiny little loaf. It's not a big thing. It's just like this. The result is basically like medieval style bread. I couldn't even. You can't even really slice it. It just falls to pieces. But it tasted nice, and I ate it with some chicken and some butter, and that was fine. I can't remember what it's called. I might have to find it. I might be able to find it in my phone after we killed these grey dwarves. Stone ground wheat sounds like. Well, that's not what it was called, but maybe it is that. I don't know. That wasn't really an attempt at a dodge, was it? It's so funny how much of a chainsaw just like a level 1 flint axe is against like Grey Dwarfs. I think we can probably just eat this. Nice. Oh yeah, what's it called? Let me find out. Find it on my phone. My phone's being so slow for some reason. Where is it? Why can't I find it? It begins with S, and I'm not finding it. Pause the game. Never. I can't find it. Belt. Belt bread. I think that's it. S-P-E-L-T. But yeah, I ate a little bit of it, but it turns out that the loaf was tiny, so a little bit was actually like a third. And I froze the last 2/3. I cut it up into the last 2/3 into half, so I've got 2 more portions left to just see how I felt. And it was absolutely fine, so I'll be eating that at some point. Do I like the bear set? Yeah, I really like the bear set. I think it's super cool. Uh-oh. We might be getting a little too careless. I actually made a shield and never used it. I think the trinkets are an awesome addition to the game, and one of the things I'm really looking forward to about this playthrough is experimenting more with trinkets and potions and stuff, because really, I've never really done like a ton of Valheim gameplay using all the potions and all of the trinkets. Oops. I could have easily yeeted that spear into oblivion then if I tried to take that shot when it was standing in front of the ocean. Also, I heard gluten intolerant people say they go over to Italy and eat pasta and they're fine. Yeah, I've heard that too. I'm pretty sure the spelt stuff is either the same or similar to like this sort of what they call like heirloom wheat or whatever. It's a similar idea, I think. It looks like we're going to be exploring in the nighttime. We got a little bit sidetracked as killing enemies. We've not made much of an effort to actually find copper, have we? Most likely, these skellies mean there's a burial chamber close by. There's one right there, actually. I do want to kill these skellies because I want the bones to upgrade my club. Okay, nice. We might as well just dive in. We could go back and upgrade our club, but we don't need to try hard that much, do we? We'll be fine. I love the atmosphere of being in a burial chamber with a torch. This reminds me of Oblivion. One of my favorite changes they've ever done to the game is the stamina recovery when you do a perfect dodge. So good. I think Italians eat the durum. Is that similar thing, different wheat? Oh, dead end. Is that it? What the fuck? What? It's like the worst burial chamber in history. Okay, I'll leave a marker just so I can cross it off. Wow. Well, I kind of feel like half the time, whenever we do one of these non-speedrun runs, we end up laughing about like how good the seed would have been if it actually was a speedrun. I'd kind of, in a way, rather it be a worse seed. Then we don't feel like we missed out. I just want to say again a huge shout out to Mark for that $50. That is an amount of money that makes a big difference to me right now, so I really appreciate that. I'm almost surprised we've not been just jumped by a bear. The hard, high protein variety of wheat with dense golden kernels. The essential ingredient required by Italian law. Interesting. Making commercial pasta. Oh. So it's not even like just homemade stuff. That's really cool. I kind of want to eat this manually because it's more fun. Let's see if there's a troll home. We should go back and upgrade some stuff, to be honest. Stamina for that dodge. No, the first death. Definitely a little bit rusty. Being on a playthrough, it started with troll set, then bear, now Fenrir. Nice. I can see the base. Look at the beautiful base. Look at it. So good. Yeah, we probably should actually make a base. I just haven't decided on a spot yet. Yeah, and as been set, just beat farther and got nothing to do till 1.0. Just waiting to set sail. Well, I think it sounded pretty good, right? It's not too long now. Sounds nice. But similar taste in base building. It always makes me laugh when I watch Nazi streams, because I feel like he's one of the only streamers that when I watch, just like our bases basically are very similar. No flashy base building, all function. We tried to get the Durnwin. The level 2 Thunder Nidhogg is actually not. Oh yeah, definitely. It most likely is. I don't think. Yeah. We need to go for the Durnwin on this run. Actually, the only reason I ever go for the Durnwin is just because I just think it is like the coolest quote unquote like quest in the game. I love just how it all works and stuff. It's awesome. Have you seen Zox No Food Permadeath speedrun? I was watching some of his attempts. Did he finish it? I've not seen him finish it. Not yet. It kind of is madness, yeah. So he'll do it though if he sticks at it. That's one of them things you got to grind out, I think. Yeah, I saw him get into Queen. Me grab it just for the cool factor so I can sail a flaming sword through the ice. Yeah, it is very cool. It's very cool. I feel like it would be nice if it was also the most powerful thing ever. But doing it just because it's cool is also fine. You know what I mean? Don't have a torch on me, do I? I was more so just going to equip a torch for you guys, honestly. I guess could gain 1 armor. Thank you, Tig. I will say, you know, on the topic of all these crazy challenges and stuff, I think it's really good to see that. Oh, let me actually cross this off. Just so I remember. I think it's really good that, like, to see somebody like Zox, like, with the speedrun, that he's actually, I think, like, innovated in a way that didn't happen for a really long time, like, since I kind of stopped doing it constantly. It was like, it kind of felt like for a really long time, like, runners was just kind of sticking with what we already knew and just, like, grinding it out, trying to get better at just that, you know? But one thing that I've never understood about the Valheim community, right, is that we all know the Valheim community is like one of the best and most wholesome gaming communities on the internet, and we're here for like a chill, relaxing gameplay experience, you know what I mean? And there has always been this like weird contingent that I've never understood of like people that seem to view Valheim as like an ultimate test and expression of their skill. And I think there's always been like a misinterpretation of like what I do on my channel, because I feel that the handful of challenge videos that I've made, which a couple of which are definitely like some of the more well-known Valheim challenges, like they're like just silly videos, you know what I mean? Like they're not the challenges that were fun, kind of goofy challenges, like just doing like weird stuff, that, and to this day as well, like a factor of me like choosing a challenge is just like doing something cool. I accidentally have doubled up on stamina food. So I'm going to run away for a bit. Like a factor when I choose a challenge as well is just trying to do like something cool that is original, that's not been done, you know what I mean? And like I don't know, like there's literally like a comment. I don't like read all comments anymore because it got to a point where there's so many it became not possible and became stressful because I was trying to. But because I've been posting videos more, oh, copper vein, finally. I've been reading more comments again, and like just like people in the comments occasionally that are basically like, oh, the amount of you know, Valheim people that post these videos that just don't know. I don't even know if they know really how to play, and like I did this run and it was like, you know, whatever. They just say like, oh, whatever challenge, I don't know, whatever, like permadeath, blah 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 blah, and they like add all this stuff on. It's just like the ego is bizarre, and it's just like, what? Like, listen, if you think you're like a super elite gamer, that's like the skill set is better than anybody else, like go compete in like CS:GO tournaments or something. Like play a skill-based game where you can win some serious money, because if you're as good as you think you are, you could have a serious career in esports. But why play some like fun Viking survival game and have this weird mentality that somehow, I don't know, it's like the ultimate gamer battleground or something. It's just really, I don't get it. And like some challenges as well, it's like the Zox thing that we're talking about. That's like one of those ideas that's a cool idea because it's like obviously crazy from the get-go, and those are like the good ideas. But like some people's idea of like a Valheim challenge video is basically just like a laundry list of restrictions that is like impossible to get, to understand in like a single YouTube title, you know what I mean? It's just like, no this, no that, but this and that, and this preset and that, whatever, you know what I mean? And it's just like that's really just, at a certain point it's just boring. And like ages ago, I keep forgetting where my base is. Ages ago, because we don't have a base yet, we need to build a base, chat. We should probably do that. I'll go back and get this copper, and then we'll build a base somewhere, or we'll build something somewhere that will become the base. But yeah, since the beginning, right? Remember before they added like all of the different preset options and stuff, the modifiers, right? There was always this question of like, what is hardcore Valheim? And when it became a thing, when content creators started doing quote unquote hardcore before hardcore existed, and it just meant like deathless, right? I would get asked all the time for a long time, like if I was gonna do something like that, and I was basically just like, I just don't think it's really that interesting. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's a thing that is like always been a thing in gaming, right? So there's obvious, like, I play games and try not to die sometimes, like that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just like, it's so weird how people get so like such weird kind of like ego-y about stuff when it comes to like doing quote unquote hard things in Valheim. I just don't get that. I don't know where that comes from. And a lot of the people trying to do it, their ideas for videos are really boring. And sometimes I just wish that like there was more people whose idea of like making challenge content was in making entertainment, you know what I mean? Like something fun and silly. Because I transitioned, like before this, right? I was trying to play competitive PUBG and I was playing like the PGS like open series and stuff to compete, right? And that was like serious competitive gaming. I still play PUBG for fun a lot, but when we're taking it seriously, it's like very serious. You know what I mean? And like everything I've ever done in Valheim has just been a fun, casual breeze since then, even though it may involve challenges and speedrun and stuff. Like that to me, compared to trying to grind like esports or whatever, that to me was basically just a silly, fun grind, you know? This is what I wanted to do. I wanted to upgrade this. Everything I like about, like, for example, like Valheim speedrunning and the Valheim speedrun community and stuff like that, it's like I don't like it because I think it's like the ultimate test of skill. I like it because it's cool and fun and, you know, not that type of toxic environment. What was... Oh, we still need more leather. I just sort of forgot about. I guess I'll leave it at that for now. What's up, 9 bucks? Thanks so far for the stream. I hope you're doing good. And challenges are pretty cool. Never even done challenges. Play this to chill. A week harder. Day 1600. Use 120 Aspen on him. That's awesome. That sounds fun. Yeah, I mean, I used to play Valheim to chill as well. It's just I started to play Valheim for content, and like those challenges, I'm just trying to do something. I'm trying to make a fun video. I'm not trying to prove anything about myself. It's just, you know. And I had a ton of fun making some of those videos. Now, don't get me wrong, like some of those challenges got pretty grueling at times. I was like pulling my hair out at times. That's what happened. Obviously, chat. But yeah, it was all like in the name of doing something silly, not something to be like, oh, look at me, I'm a god gamer. Valheim challenge is silly? Yes. Skillful? Maybe. Massive amounts of patience and determination? Yes. Sure. Oh my god. What are the fucking odds of this? Don't destroy it. Well, I think we've found where we're making our base. Yo. That is crazy that we're this early, like 90 minutes into a new Valheim playthrough, we've walked into the Maypole. That is awesome. That is actually awesome. It has been a really long time since I built a maypole. Made sure to make a bunch a couple months ago. Yeah. It's so nice to do it naturally, though. I've always preferred to do it naturally. It's just... what I normally do is I just look it up on the... in the past, if I've done casual runs, like sometimes I just look up where the maypole is. You know what I mean? But this is awesome. This is awesome. Oh, I don't... Oh, no, I dropped, like, anything for, like, wood. Biomats or whatever. Sneaky. Just did his quiet attack. Why are you running, bro? You want to kill this guy. Suppose I dropped way too much of my maps. That was a mistake, but I didn't really anticipate. Right, let's just carry on with the plan. How do you pull with your beard? Man is itching like crazy. I think it needs to go. I've never really had an issue with itchy beards, to be honest. It just sort of... I've probably had a beard for longer than I haven't had a beard in my life at this point. So I'm just used to it. But every now and then it starts to drive me crazy, and it's less an itchy thing and more just like after a beard's been around for a long time. Oh, we've got a miner troll. It feels like it just starts to get so wiry and shitty, and beard oil obviously does help in that scenario, but I like to reset the beard every so often. To do some troll mining, is it even worth it? Thanks, bud. Oh my god. We're getting like quadruple rocked in the face right now. Are you going, chat? Are you going, Tate? Oh shit. I was reading chat. One of my favorite videos you had is this horde of skeletons chasing you, but also decided to start a fire and cook whilst fighting them. Oh. So often when I die, I'm just reading chat. But the thing is, as a streamer, I'd rather die and read every chat message. I don't care about dying because I'm playing casually. Now on a speedrun, it's a little more challenging, right? Still, sometimes I die because I read chat in a speedrun, but I try a little harder to... you know, I I might reach out a little less, you know what I mean? But in this scenario, it's like half the fun that we don't have to worry about it. What's up, Tate? I'm still new. Oh, you still need to have it in beards. Maybe give it more time. Beard oil. So big thing about itchy beards, right, is just like it depends how long it is. First of all, like, you just need to get used to it in general. Shorter beards are worse though. You pass a certain point and it's not so itchy. Beard oil, if you've never tried it, is really, really good. But the trick with beard oil is to only use it when you have a long beard. Like right now, this beard, I don't think I've used any beard oil on it yet. This is about the time. But it's starting to get a little scraggly, so I might reset this one soon. But if I keep this how it is, I'm going to start using beard oil like about now. I used to use beard oil right off the jump when I was growing beards a lot, and I've kind of realized in more recent years that actually all it does is, if the beard is under a certain length, as long as you like wash it in the shower, it's actually perfectly healthy. And all applying beard oil does is just wreck your skin and make yourself like break out and stuff, because you're just going to start getting like zits on your face because of how oily it is. But once a beard gets past a certain length, it's essential to use good beard oil to like hydrate it. And with good beard oil, like that whole thing when it's like it, you know, the hair starts to get all like scraggly and shitty, and is when I reset the beard. You can make a beard last a lot longer and prevent a lot of that scraggliness by using beard oil. That's what's really good about it. And you can actually keep a beard alive almost indefinitely if you use it enough of it often enough. But I like to still use it sparingly, and so eventually still gets to the point where I like to do a reset. Yeah, it just hydrates it exactly. It's kind of like conditioner for beards. You just rub it on. Really good stuff though. Like if you get good ones. My beard gets a light daily dose of a tallow-based balm. Oh, that's good. I've never tried the balms, but I've heard that stuff's good. To all the men out there, it's definitely worth learning a little bit of male grooming that you can do at home without having to go to the barber. 100%. Best thing I ever did is just try to just figure out that taking care of the hair and beard at home. Through using a bow, maintaining the high ground, and cowardly retreating all the time, I managed to beat the Ashlands without dying. Nothing got through my bubble. Oh, nice. You know what? I haven't even been using my bow ever because I'm just so used to not having a bow. But yeah, the bow is like, it is so easy to last forever with the bow. There was a period of time, like, I don't know if anyone remembers this, but like when Valheim was like the biggest game ever and all the big content creators were playing it, it became a thing that people would do like no bow runs because people thought the bow was like so OP. And I always loved melee because I am a big Dark Souls fan and I love the parry system, so I stuck with melee so much because I just like parrying. But we should definitely use bows way more in this run. Also, watch your Ashlands vid. Mistlands one helped do a lot. I appreciate that. Yeah, I obviously the game's changed a little since then, but yeah, I still think like the strategies I talked about in those videos are really, really good. It is OP if you have a lot of FPS XP. Yeah, definitely. That's actually another interesting... Oh, we're all stamina food because I wanted to get here faster. That is actually another interesting thing about people being cringe about the difficulty of Valheim is like... The funny thing is, like, when they're like, oh, people don't even know, bro. Like, they don't even know how to play, bro. I do this, I do this. And it's like, you do know that, like, if you're going to play this game to, like, quote-unquote, like, dominate, like, there's so much stuff that you can do with magic that's, like, crazy OP, where, like, nothing really touches you, kind of like Tig is saying, and, like, ranged combat. And all of that stuff is actually, it's really passive. It's really, really passive. You could probably out-survive a lot of people that think they're doing, like, crazy stuff, where they're relying on melee, because melee is awesome, to be clear. But, you know, I've always thought there's an argument for that type of gameplay for being, like, quote-unquote, like, optimal. And it's not hard. It's just preparation. Literally just time-consuming preparation. Oh, I forgot I upgraded this, didn't I? Maybe it's worth using this for a bit. Kind of chose to eat that melee there. Then I didn't really factor in it being a 1-star. What? Where's my... No! Oh, I re-equipped it. I thought I lost my freaking spear then. Oh, the wife's enjoying the beard. That's nice. I think I'm just gonna drop all this stone. Who cares about stone right now? Only really care once we're building with iron and whatnot. I'm also playing Valheim and have 5,000 hours so far. Greetings from the Czech Republic. Oh, nice. Czech Republic seems like a cool place. I feel like I've spent unhealthy amount of time in the Czech Republic relatively recently, just because I was playing DayZ. Like virtual Czech Republic tourism. Also, Root Harness helps immensely in the Mistlands. One of the things I got from his vid. Oh, was that from me? Yeah, yeah. It is a... I know a lot of creators recommend that one. The PS protection is crazy good. It really is. Funny part is, Valheim character's clean shaven. I play the default Viking so often that I felt like if I'm actually spending time, I need to go with like a Viking looking dude for once. Anytime you think of Czech Republic, you think of Kingdom Come now. That's funny. I did play Kingdom Come Deliverance a bit when it came out, but I never finished it, and I always thought I should go back to it. We should probably take this stuff back. In fact, we'll drop it at this spot here. We're going to turn into our base. Twitch chat's been pretty quiet tonight, I'll say. But the YouTube's been popping. Shout out, by the way. If you guys want to support the content, make sure you smash the like button and subscribe on the YouTube channel. Clicking all those buttons, I cannot stress how much it really actually helps. And if you hate me, smash that dislike button, bro, because that helps too. It doesn't make a difference, really. You interact, the YouTube likes it. Not even working. I'm ready to apologize. Yodel, so good, bud. Hope you're doing good, though. just kind of surprised. How would that help? YouTube doesn't care if you like the subject as long as you're going to stay on the website. So if you're willing to watch a video all the way through and smash the dislike button, and then you're going to click another video to hate watch and smash the dislike button, like, they love that. It's all ad revenue for me and YouTube, frankly. So it's kind of funny about it. We should probably start moving over and killing this bear. It is nuts. It's probably not the healthiest thing, but it's true. That's what's really funny about like people going like trying to like out of spite like smash dislike or like leave a nasty comment or like talk shitty in the chat. It's like if you seriously like have a problem, the most damaging thing you could do is not click on any video or stream. Don't watch, don't smash the dislike, you know what I mean? Like don't press any buttons, don't click on any of the content, you know what I mean? Because all of that stuff, whilst you may be being negative, it helps. Now obviously all the positive feed like stuff helps also, and those people aren't assholes, so that's what we want. But you know, it's kind of funny in like I kind of laugh sometimes when people start being like shitty, because it's like, dude, they get so in their head about it sometimes. People write like elaborate things sometimes about you as a YouTuber in the comments, and it's like, well, thanks for the comment, doofus. You know what I mean? Like, thanks for the algorithm boost. I don't know what to say. If you don't like it, don't watch it, don't click on it, and definitely don't leave a comment. There are so many YouTubers out there as well that like but you know what, oh, that was a mistake. I thought I was heading towards my little spot over here. Let's head out over here and start bringing stuff over slowly. Yeah, there's so many YouTubers that like just play into all of this stuff. Now with like how much freaking memers and, you know, and how terminally online younger generations are, you're starting to see like YouTubers just be like, yeah bro, just smash the dislike button if you want to support the content. Like, you know, like they act, it's like they act like they're being somehow counterculture by being like, yeah, I don't give a fuck, just hit the dislike button if you want to help, you know what I mean? It works. It's stupid, but it works. I would, but don't have YouTube anymore as I don't have a TV license. Oh, it's all good, Bev. I appreciate watching the stream anyway. What did I rebind my auto run? Oh, I did. Oh, I know why. On my other mouse, one of the buttons is always page down. Forgot I did that. If I see a bad comment, I delete and thank them for the engagement. That's funny. Generally, I just ignore everything. I think like if someone seems like they're just being an ass, I'll hide the comment. I'll you know, basically just hide them from the channel or whatever that button is for moderation. Just because it makes it really hard. Like because I need to really build my channel back up again on YouTube because of health issues and stuff. I was like, I barely posted. Hang on, I've put my keyboard in, so I'm right here. Keep changing keyboards and mice probably doesn't help. Hang on. This toggle auto pickup should be this. Yeah, because of all that health bullshit where I was like unable to post for such a long time. Or I did post, but you know, it's just like so infrequently that for like 10 months I like barely did any content because I just felt like shit, right? Because of that, I really need to build the channel back up because my income's really low right now because the vast majority of my income comes from YouTube ad revenue, and not posting for that long, it obviously doesn't do you any favors with YouTube wanting to recommend you content. So anyway, because of that, I'm trying to be more present in the comments when I post a video. So like, at the very least, if I post a new video, I'll read every single comment and try and reply to every single one for the first hour. And if I have time, the ideal scenario is the video starts to do well enough. And oftentimes if it starts to do, if it's looking good already, I'll maybe spend a little bit more time. Now, what I've started to do, like I did with my last video, is I posted the video. For the first hour, I just start replying to every comment. Then I went and make some food. And then I like will sit watching TV. And like every 15 minutes, I'll check for comments. And I'll like respond and reply to like every single one. And then, you know, as I start to get tired, I'll just check it like less and less often. And like until like I fall asleep, I basically just like check every comment. So it's almost like an entire day of doing every comment. And the reason I do that is because I need to get my channel back to where it was. I do like talking with you guys, to be clear. It's awesome when I see like a regular that I know in the chat. But ultimately, like a lot of comments are actually just strangers. And I think when somebody sees that you're nice, you know what I mean, to people in the comments and willing to talk to people, I think it encourages people to comment. And whilst none of that is necessarily a big deal, because any comment whatsoever does help you out in the algorithm, the financial situation I find myself in right now makes me like just want to do that a lot more. At least for a while. It can get too stressful for sure. I'm trying to reply to every comment now because people can just be nuts, as you guys well know. He's gonna teleport out. What is he doing? Whatever, dude. Is out him being at this angle so funny. There was a time where I was randomly just streaming on Twitch more and stuff like that, Droid, but for the most part, because I did, and I did like, I tried some other channels and stuff like that, but I you know, the reality is my health was just in, you know, such a place that I just needed to chill a little bit with the content. You know what I mean? Bro's just chilling. Classic Valheim moment right here. I hope you're hungry, guys. Got some grilled bear on the menu. I've watched you for like 5 years and I don't think you have any idea who I am. I just never comment. Oh. Justinian. Is that, wait, Justinian? It sounds familiar, but maybe. It's honestly hard. It's hard. But thank you so much for watching all that time. I really appreciate that, bud. Hey, don't feel bad about not leaving comments. That is absolutely fine. I am a massive YouTube viewer. I watch more YouTube than anything. I'm a YouTube fanatic. And I leave very, very few comments. But if there's a smaller content creator I want to support, I'm inclined to leave comments for sure. Because that is like, it does really help. But listen, it's not for everybody. So that, no problem at all if people just aren't comfortable or whatever. But the reason why I like remind people about stuff like that is just that I know there's a bunch of people that would happily leave comments if they just knew how much it helped, because we have a really supportive community, and so I sort of mention it for the people out there that sort of always do everything they can to support. Definitely don't feel bad about just lurking. You watch on YouTube? I would have been talking a lot more if I knew this. That's funny. I appreciate that. That's very nice. Alright, I've needed to pee for like way too long. Do we roll the dice and just like not pause the game? Just to give chat some tension whilst we go to the bathroom. Maybe we get attacked by trolls. Be right back. Well, we're not dead. I kind of like not pausing when I go to the bathroom. It creates tension for chat. I was just thinking when I went to the bathroom what we were just talking about on the topic of like YouTube videos and comments and stuff. Right. So I'm gonna post a link from my latest video in the chat. I'll spam it a little bit. So you guys see it. If you haven't already left a like or a cheeky little comment and you want to help me out by making this video do better, there's the latest video. Something funny about this video, right? Some of you guys might have noticed that I've obviously been posting content regularly and doing content more regularly again, right? However, the last two videos that I did are more like old school YouTube style, where they're basically like 5-minute-ish YouTube videos. And there's actually a handful of reasons why I decided to do that. First of all, I've really struggled, you know, with like balancing like health stuff and doing a lot of content, right? And for the longest time, I've like, even like when I was making a lot of content, like I've always kind of needed to post more videos than I've made. But like so many of my videos are like 30-40 minutes. Like I've even got like 90-minute Valheim guides and stuff like that, like mega super in detail. And so I was kind of like, well, you know, there's loads of like really successful YouTube videos that people love that are like 5 minutes. You know, that's never, like, not never, but sometimes doesn't really seem like enough for me. But like, if I can just make videos people like that are like 5 minutes long, it definitely is a lot easier to make. So maybe I can, if it's just one way of like, if I feel like kind of shit and I'm trying to like still juggle making videos, maybe I just make a 5-minute video to give myself a chance to actually finish and get it out, instead of these projects that take like insane amounts of time, right? And it's just a practicality, you know, like this is my only source of income. And, you know, all this various health nonsense, it's my livelihood. There's just a certain reality of like, okay, well, maybe if I can actually keep doing this if I post some short videos, right? That's one aspect of it. The other aspect with making short videos that I've always wondered about this. One of the biggest things about figuring out YouTube as a content creator that's like a game changer for me is like, I know that I get the title and thumbnail game now, and to a certain extent, like I just know what to do on YouTube. Like I get the platform, yeah. And something that is sometimes difficult with certain certain topics, certain videos, is on YouTube, what works super good is just like if the title of a video you know, like sort of perfectly reflects like what the topic is. It's just completely to the point, so you're not like clickbaiting people. You want to actually deliver on what you say, right? And some topics are like so complicated, it gets like harder and harder to do that. So if a video is kind of just like one like mega specific topic, it makes it a lot easier to do that. And so you can have some like really good titles by being sort of more succinct and to the point, which just like a lot of the times is going to mean shorter videos, right? So it's just something I'm trying. We're definitely still going to do big, crazy projects. All the same stuff we've always done, but I'm trying it out. But anyway, something super funny is I posted that video, the most recent one, doing these like 5-minute videos, and I posted a 5-minute video and somebody complained about filler, and that why would anyone need like literally like all the video is me explaining the use case for a strat and how to do it. And he was basically like, this is like all filler, and like when would you ever need to do this kind of a thing? It's like, that's literally what the video it's just the video, the whole point of the video is just mega straight to the point. But he he literally watched a 5-minute video and said that I was drawing it out for watch time. And I started writing a reply just saying like, you know, there's 90-minute videos on this channel, right? If I wanted to drag it out for watch time, why wouldn't it just be another 90-minute video? You can't even do a mid-roll if a video is less than 8 minutes. He's like a 5-minute video. I just thought it was kind of funny. But in the end, I was like, ah, whatever. I'll leave him in his own little world. I won't reply. But I did think it was kind of funny and crazy. Kind of a lot going on. All right. So someone just showed up for 2 seconds and definitely didn't hear what we were talking about on chat before. Can we talk about the game and not about yourself? Might help, bro. Sheesh. Help what, bro? Right. Definitely going to gradually turn this into our base. I'm definitely happy with that. We've got our little maypole going here. Peace. Oh, it really, really hurts. I'm so sad on the inside for all of your comments, mate, and you leaving. Don't think I'll be able to go on with my life. I just don't know how I'm going to live with it. And, you know, one thing that really hurts channels is just people just talking in the chat and leaving comments and smashing dislike buttons. I mean, that's what we're just talking about, right? I was just saying how much it hurts a channel to give its extra engagement. And, you know, out of all the creators on the internet, the crazy shit people do and say, you know, I found a niche where it just works for me being like the most egotistical, sort of abrasive, controversial. You know what I mean? Like, this is just so me. And this guy just gets me. He's right. That is what this channel is all about. No. We're just being silly now. I'm just messing. Yeah, we're gonna need to start stocking up on a lot of wood. I'm not exactly... I kind of like restoring these buildings and just like leaving them here. You know what I mean? Having their own little village. How hype are you for Deep North out of 10? I'm definitely extremely hyped. I'm extremely hyped. I'd say like an 8 or a 9. It could definitely turn into a 10. When we're actually doing it. Honestly, some days it's just a 10. I think like it's gonna be so like I think because I don't know, we've just been playing the game for so long and doing YouTube and stuff, it's like a lot of what I'm in like a lot of what I think of when I think about my excitement for 1.0 is just like, you know, the content and the biomes, the build pieces, the mobs, the dungeons. But I think what like starts to feel like put me at like a 10 out of 10 hype wise is when I start thinking about like how it's gonna feel after all this time to finally quote unquote like complete Valheim. You know what I mean? The idea of actually the game having an end is super exciting. Like as an example, like I played Minecraft so much like when it was like new or like not I don't know what era, like some alpha era, right? I played it so much. And I remember like I was similarly excited when they announced like the update where they're gonna add the end and stuff. So it's actually gonna be a credit roll, like a way to quote unquote like complete Minecraft, even though it's obviously sort of endless, but I feel similar about that. There's like something about a game that you just like played so much. But you're just like, oh, we've not even done yet, you know, there's not even an end. I think that is what is going to get me the most hyped. If they can somehow or another, you know, create this feeling of like closure. Doesn't like the story seems like it's going to be cool, but I'm not even necessarily just talking about story. Just like if it just feels like you really accomplished something, you see those credits. That could definitely get me to a 10 out of 10. I'm super hype about it, but at the same time, I know this may be the last major update. I hope not, but who knows? Yeah, I guess we kind of, yeah, stuff still Unclear. I know what you mean. I have mixed feelings about that too, because on the one hand, it's cool doing YouTube and stuff, like having new things to talk about with chat, and having new things to make videos about. And like, as a gamer, it's awesome to actually do the content. But part of me also thinks like, sometimes I just think, oh, if there was like, you know, no updates basically for ages, it kind of just means that like all of the focus for me would become like just a speed run and doing like interesting creative things, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I have mixed feelings about that too. There's still room for an ocean update. Yeah, I do have some thoughts about what might happen in terms of future updates and stuff like that. An ocean update would be awesome. Hey Nick, have you had a look at Windrose? First up, what's up, Mouse? Thanks for stopping by the stream, mate. I have looked at Windrose. I really like pirates and I like survival games. I'm just kind of broke, so I'm not really buying a ton of new games. It seems cool. I guess like I thought about buying it, thinking like, oh, maybe I could make some videos and stuff, and maybe I probably still will at some point. But like when it just kind of felt like by the time I got around to it, it felt like people were sort of done with it already. And like whenever I ask about it, like I was asking Snazzy about it in his stream one time because I was curious, and he basically was like, said that it was really good, but I don't know, I forget what he said. It's basically like it's really good, but it's like not quite there or something, or there's not like a lot there. I think a lot of people just feel like it's a great game, but they're kind of like sort of done with it for a while, you know, until more stuff comes. And so I was sort of like, maybe I don't have much to add at this point, but I'm definitely interested in it. I almost certainly will pick it up at some point because pirates are like one of my favorite things ever, and so are survival games. In its current state, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm sure I could get something cool out of it. I'm really like, I have plenty to be doing when it comes to just playing and making videos about Valheim at the minute, so. That's a good point. Do I have a public Steam wishlist? I don't remember, actually. I don't remember if my wishlist was public. I know it definitely was at one point, and I think I kind of started to feel bad about it. And like, you know, I do remember being sent a lot of games at one point, but then I was kind of like, the problem with this is like, I kind of feel bad if I don't play the games, and then like games don't pay the bills at the end of the day. Well, games literally pay the bills if we're making videos about games, but I just mean like it's awesome. Games are awesome, and I always do need games to make content about. But if someone's gonna, some game basically wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't for like, some games get so expensive, and it's like if someone if someone buys a game that's like $50 or something and gives it to me, that's like really generous. But donating $50 goes so much further to actually helping me out, if you know what I mean, that it's like a bit, I just felt weird about it, I think. But I don't remember if it's public or not. I can check. But there's, I don't know, there's certain things, like for example, I'm trying to think what I want to do now. We still got stuff to bring back from the beach. Still stuff to bring back, right? We need to organize. We're getting so messy just talking to chat. And gaming. I blame chat for messy inventory. Yeah, it's like, for example, with merch, right? I had merch for quite a while, and I got really good feedback about it. But one of the things that kind of bothered me was just like the idea of like, people in our community are so friendly and so generous, and what sucks about the world of merch is like, it's so expensive to get merch made, and I hated the idea of somebody, whatever, buying like a hoodie or something for whatever, $50 or something. I don't even know. I'm just pulling numbers out my ass right now. I don't remember the actual prices because it was ages ago. And just being like, I am supporting Nick for $50. You know what I mean? And it's just like, in reality, it'd be like $5. And some people give so much, you know, consider it compared to like what they earn, that I just didn't like that. You know what I mean? Because it's sort of like, that's a lot of money. And because it's so expensive to get things made, it probably doesn't help as much as they think. And so I didn't like that. But it is cool that with stuff like that, that you guys can get something out of it. You know what I mean? Thanks for the sub on YouTube. I appreciate that, Rob. But anyway, I think I'm just gonna like, I don't know. I think I'm going to, a lot of this stuff, I'm going to get back to doing it again, but just like figure out like better ways. I feel like they can just make really nice merch and find some better options. I can feel happier about it. Right. That's our epic base packed up officially. They have, oh, we're talking about windrows. Yeah, they have 3 biomes right now, but have more planned in the same way they rolled out Valheim. Nice. It looks cool. It looks cool. There's certain games, like for me personally, as a PC gamer, I think if console people are in a world of hurt these days when it comes to game prices, but for me personally, I don't remember actually the cost of Windrose, but I think it's like 25 or something, right? There's like a game being over 20 quid. Is the point at which I have to be like, I don't know. I like, it's an amount of money that is an issue for me that I have to be more convinced I'm going to get something out of it. Whereas if a game is like $9.99, $14.99, or like 12 quid or something like that, yeah, $30 is probably that same price point in the UK, right? Probably like $24.99 or something. Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like if a game is essentially less than 15 quid, or certainly less than a tenner, it's like, if it just seems good in any way, it's like, just pick it up. They're definitely going to be worth the money if you get a few hours out of it. I mean, a pound, £1 an hour used to be what me and my friends would say is value, and I feel like nowadays it's full order with cost of things and whatnot. But I do remember Windrose being at that price point where it's like, it's on sale. But it's also one of them things where, like, if I was like feeling tip top or whatever to begin with, I probably would have just jumped in. We should. We need to go and find some cores so we can actually carrot seeds, so we can actually smelt this copper that we found, and we literally just put it straight into the burial chamber, which is awesome. Nice. Oh, I didn't bring a torch. Sorry, chat. It's gonna be hard for you guys to see. That's my bad. Okay, this room type should give us some cores. Are you serious? I actually didn't. Oh, there you go. I was gonna say, like, the center of this like maze-like thingy always has cores. Very nice. I hear a ghost. Hello. The new ghosts really do look so cool. How many hours do I have in Valheim? I don't remember. Definitely over 2,000. It's not as much as people think, because I've literally never been like a builder, which is the thing that takes the most amount of time. And like, because most of my playtime is literally speedrun attempts, my time is actually a lot lower than lots of Valheim players. Because this you could probably count on one hand like the amount of like normal playthroughs I've ever done. Which is why I'm excited to do this. Yeah, let's not do it like this. Yeah, I forget. Let's have a look. Oh, I can't even alt tab or anything. I don't know, whatever. I think it may be more like 3,000 now. I vaguely recall it being closer to 3,000 now, but there was also, like I said, that like 10-month period where I like barely played, so I was just Broke 6,000 recently. Gained a lot of it with 2-year effort on the build server. Yeah. Exactly. It's you builders are the ones with the crazy hours in Valheim. I do like building. I think it's super cool. It's just I think I maybe it's never really been my niche on like on stream or on YouTube, right? I think actually I probably could really get into it if I allowed myself that sort of time, but like I kind of I'm always juggling so many projects, you know. I'm basically like I'm somebody that I'm basically the kind of person that always has like such a long list of things I want to get to, that even just like for the YouTube channel I have just an infinite list of videos that I'm always like meaning to get to, and obviously it's not possible. Like I mostly can't get to them all, but like, you know, I try to just get to whatever I'm most interested in or whatever I can. So like I'd probably the whole time just be like, I need to get to a video. And then it's also very similar, like I also am making a game. I'm kind of making 2 games now, really. And then I also like write music and stuff, and I'm gonna be releasing an album at some point. And there's also like music for the game. So the 3 main things in my life that like I spend time doing and pursuing are basically like videos / streaming, music, and game dev. And so certain things that I would love to get to, like to spend in forever on a super cool build, I just don't know that I would actually end up doing it, if you know what I mean. Now, when I was at university, when I really got into Minecraft, I was the guy on a server, like just doing like crazy builds, you know what I mean? And I played on like creative servers, on like survival servers and stuff like that. And when these kinds of games was sort of like a new thing with Minecraft, I actually was a build guy. And I do think there is an element to how I play these kinds of games now and how I play Valheim that is to an extent determined by perhaps burning out on being a builder back in the day by building so much. I miss you guys. I miss you too. I always miss chat. You guys are the best. I'm not just saying that. Despite what the occasional hater might try to claim, I actually try to be as genuine as possible when I do these things. Pretty much every day that I stream, like the stream is like the best thing about that day. And when I'm not streaming, it's like I regularly think of how friendly and awesome our community is and how I miss that energy. But if I'm not live, it's just this other stuff going on, you know what I mean? Live shit, video stuff. our priorities sometimes. Well, I love doing it. And you guys are a big reason why I love doing it. But what's so funny is like, there's like, oh, whoa, Welsh, thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub on Twitch. I really appreciate that, bud. You legend. How's it going, man? Long time no see. Have you ever thought about doing a hardcore challenge run with maps disabled? I definitely thought about it. We're kind of talking about this thing later, earlier, like, that kind of stuff is cool. And I tell you, oh my God, what is happening right now?
I'm so glad you're feeling better, Nick.
Why did this deer just feed itself to me? Droid, that is so generous. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. You absolute legend. I really appreciate you expressing care there, bud. It feels good to be feeling better again. Thanks so much, man. You legend. That really helps, man. $50 is a lot of money. I appreciate that. Sorry. So to answer the bucket's question, have you ever thought about doing a hardcore challenge on maps disabled? So the thing is with that type of content, right? I think ultimately how I feel about it is that's really good stream content. I think, I guess maybe I didn't express that earlier when we were talking about that type of challenge. I was talking about videos. That type of thing, I think is really good.
Let's go.
Oh, thanks a lot for the follow on Twitch, Hoof. I appreciate that. And so to do something like that would be really cool stream. A lot of the time it's like difficult for me to commit to something like that I know is going to require a lot of streaming, because right now I'm like particularly focused in trying to get like videos and stuff, and I'm always like juggling like a ton of stuff. There's definitely periods of time where I know I can carve out the time for those sorts of streams, and so yeah, I would actually I have considered it multiple times, and at some point I honestly probably will do that sort of thing on stream where I will just like set aside a week or two or something and we'll just stream. I'm still looking for calls, by the way. So to answer your question, yes. My issue with that sort of thing when it comes to videos is just like the kind of videos I try and like, obviously I do over, most of my videos are just like guides or whatever, over types of stuff, but like when I do a challenge video, you know, we've done several times on the channel, and I guess a lot of people still think of those videos and they think of the channel, and I love doing those videos. When it comes to doing like challenge videos, you probably already know Bucket, because I know you've been around a long time. I reckon I know the name. But like, yeah, I kind of try and do like weirder stuff, you know what I mean, than what's sort of like the norm in the community, or like that's possible through just like a world modifier or something. I try to have some kind of wacky concept to it that's like silly or funny or bizarre or something, as opposed to it just being like, what, you know, I don't know, whatever. Does that make sense? And I feel like there are lots of people that do that type of content that's just like no map deathless and stuff like that. So it's not the sort of thing that I would make a video out of. it is the sort of thing that I'd happily do on stream though, and obviously the VODs would still be available on the channels. So you'd still be able to watch it on YouTube. How's it going, Welsh? I appreciate the gift from before. Finally completed my house move, so got 2 housefuls of stuff. Nice. It's gonna be a job then, finding a place for everything. Can't see Nick doing a series anytime soon, as 1.0 is 16 days away. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna be very busy. Man, there's some stuff I wish I could tell you guys that I can't tell you guys. But like, I might be like busier sooner rather than later. And I can't talk about it. But yeah, after 1.0, anything's a possibility. We are naked right now. I haven't really bothered making much still. I'm just like looking for random stuff, and we spent most of our time finding a spot to be our base. But then we found the maypole on the deed, which is crazy. So I've started collecting lots of wood. There are enemies nearby? Are there? I haven't seen any. Is he drunk? Oh, there he is. Yeah, so right now in the playthrough is, you know, I'll probably wall this entire little village off. It's gonna take ages. And once we've done that, I'll actually start getting maps and whatnot. I keep forgetting to use my bow and arrow because I'm so used to having to save my arrows in the speedrun. Like, we're just, there's no big deal. We just melt everybody. Patreon, thanks for reminding me. Oh, is the... Hang on. Is the bot not up, actually? Just noticed some commands not working. Not streamed in a little while. Okay. I'm going to look at that another time. I don't know what's going on with the chatbot. The whole interface has completely changed. Maybe that's why it's currently down. So, apologies for the chat commands not being up. There's clearly been an update to the bot. I'll look at that after the stream. Do you have a preferred build that you're going with for this run? Specific weapons or armors you'll be going with? I do actually, Kitchen Cat. Thanks for talking about the stream, first of all. I hope you're doing good, bud. I always see you in the comments. I appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know, like, builds. I don't necessarily think about it quite so much. I guess we can start chipping away, by the way, guys, at our fence as we chat, because we don't even really have to think. It's like zombie Valheim work, innit? So generally I like to go fast. I tend to stick with the Fenris armor set for a really long time. I'm just concerned about this maypole being too close to the edge. So I go Fenris armor for a really, really long time now. When I get to the Ashlands, I'll be definitely doing like flame metal armor, because I like to still have the heavy armor on hand, because there's just lots of scenarios. But basically, for me, I usually like to do endgame stuff as a mage. So I go with like a combination of like, most of the time I'm just wearing like the magic armor the entire time. And I just like, yeah, would go for the best sort of magic builds that I like, combined with like a lot of stuff that's fast. However, there's like a handful of weapons that, regardless of build, that to me are like, I always will make them, you know what I mean? And for me, that's like stuff like the Demolisher as an example, or stuff like what's it called, the like lightning pole arm thing that you make in the Mistlands. I forget the name of it. Got a weird name. Like, that's a really good one, because like there's just, from experimenting a bunch for videos and whatnot, like the ham and waffles, right? Exactly. There's just some weapons just have like a goofy use that's super cool, and I really like the secondary ability of that weapon. And I really like all knives and like high DPS stuff in general. So I guess, I mean, I don't really necessarily have a go-to thing. I like to dabble in all the things that I think are cool in the game. But in terms of like the closest thing to like a build that I do go for is just, I think the mages are like so OP in the late game. I really do. And I really enjoy being able to be a spellcaster in Valheim in general. What's the range for rested on the maypole? Is it bigger than a fire/table? I'm not sure about the range, you know? We will have to be moving down here at some point. I don't remember the range. It's been so long that I ever even thought about a maypole. That I straight up don't remember. I'm sure chat knows. But the silver sword is another like essential build for me. It's always been mega underrated, and I've been an advocate for it for a really long time. Some people might even remember some of my old videos, but you know, talking about, so back in the day, the speedrun we just used to do New Game Plus, where it would be fully geared. And it was always a hot topic, because the fastest sword, basically back then, the silver sword was objectively the fastest way to kill your Gluff. But people always thought it would be the Brosner. Now granted, there actually wasn't much in it. But yeah, I did put this in a video and like show the tests and stuff. And the reason is just because of the increased spirit damage. And you know how, like, I think maybe not everyone knows this, but I think a lot of people know that, like, oh, we still need way more wood. With fire damage, right? The way it works is you hit an enemy with a torch or something, right? Let's say. It applies the physical damage, and then it applies the debuff, basically. Just the tick rate. So the enemy gets the status effects of being on fire, right? And then like every tick, they take like X amount of damage, right? But if you keep reapplying the fire damage within a certain amount of time, the amount of damage that the enemy takes each tick actually goes up. There's an upper limit. It's not infinite. Like it stops at a certain point. But you can increase fire damage by keeping hitting something with a torch, for example. The fight is not, you're not just doing more physical damage. You're increasing the tick rate up to a certain point, and then it stops at a certain maximum. Spirit damage actually works exactly the same as if something just caught fire. Because when you think about it, when you see the effect, it's showing you that it is basically just fire, right? It's like these white flames. And what spirit damage actually determines is essentially like how much you can add on to that tick rate, basically. And so that's why the silver sword was actually always faster. Now, out and about, I do really like making a Frosner. I always make a Frosner. Because using it as like a regular just weapon against like mobs and stuff, there's a certain practicality to it actually freezing and slowing down enemies, and it being a club, the knockback is really good, and I'm a big club user anyway. So you know my club skill is probably gonna be pretty high, and so I still think I just like I said, I generally just make all the weapons I think are cool, and I'll max out several of them, and I just go with either whatever I'm feeling or what I'm, you know, different things are better at different jobs, right? But I would say once I get to once I can be a mage, I'm probably a mage most of the time. But yeah, I know there's like lots of people that just have specific builds, and you know they'll only make certain things. But to like, and that's, I totally get that, especially if you value your time. It takes a long time to craft everything in Valheim. But that type of thing of like always just sticking to like just meta, I do a lot of weird meta-y stuff when I play Valheim, but one of the cool things about the game is just how like pretty much anything's viable, and so kind of just like to go with whatever I think is fun. The range to the maypole in Valheim is 10 meters. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I forgot anyway. Mike was trying to remind me when I put these links in the chat. So the 3-hour mark, if you guys remember, is normally the time when I remind you guys all of the ways that you can support the content financially, because financial support of our community is how I'm able to keep making content for you guys. The best way that you can support the content financially, or one of the best ways, is to support the content on Patreon at patreon.com/NickRawcliffe. There's a link to the Patreon in the chat. It's always the pinned message at the top of the chat and in the description. Our bot's down today, unfortunately. There's been a weird update, so can't do commands. But on Patreon, it's sort of like a Twitch sub. You can choose to support a certain amount each month, but any amount that you want for as little as $1. And in return, you get access the 2 private Valheim servers. One is our special no wipe build server that is literally a build server that has never been wiped since Valheim came out. Never. It's been consistently worked on and builded on and added to since the game came out, which I think makes it one of the coolest servers. And then we also have a survival server that actually periodically wipes when there's big updates to the game. I keep forgetting I need to make a post about this. The wipe is I'm going to do the wipe. The server's going to go down basically. I'm not totally decided what's going to happen, but when 1.0 comes out, the survival server is going to be wiped. It will be back up as soon as the server has the update. But anyway, something super cool that I'm hopefully is going to be exciting for you guys that some of you guys might not know. I recently changed things a little, and I'm excited about this because it used to be something that was extremely requested, but I couldn't really figure out the best way to do it. But you can also get access to our private Valheim servers, to both of them, if you become a YouTube member and if you become a Twitch sub. So now you can, as long as you're like pledging to support the content on a monthly basis, whether it's on Twitch, even with a Twitch Prime, whether it's on Patreon, it doesn't matter if it's a Twitch Prime, it doesn't matter if it's a $1 tier on Patreon. Subscribing for free doesn't work, by the way. Lots of people try that, but it doesn't matter where you support, what level, everybody gets the same rewards. I don't believe in trying to nickel and dime my audience. And I just don't think a lot of these things really provide that much value. So why would I charge ridiculous money for it? But anyway, so now so on Patreon, I will say it's a lot more straightforward because you just become a patron and then you just go to the Patreon page and there's a post rewards and text. Obviously, if you don't have a Patreon account, it's going to be more of an issue because you have to create an account and stuff, which is why I ultimately figured this stuff out. However, if you just want to be a YouTube member or a Twitch sub instead and you want to get access, just link your Twitch or YouTube or your Patreon account. It doesn't matter which one. Link it with your Discord account and you'll be automatically assigned roles in the Discord, and you'll all of a sudden be able to see the server access part of the Discord where you can find the login details to the server. So now you can join us on our epic build server, on our survival server. We've got some very, very exciting plans, by the way, some secret exciting plans for the survival server. So survival server fans, which I know there's some out there, is going to be epic. I can't say what we're doing, but it's going to be awesome. Yeah, you can support on any platform now. So join us, hang out. You can play on there whenever you want with the rest of the community, obviously. And you're obviously invited to play the game with me live on stream when we do server streams and stuff. We need to join these together somehow. So yeah, I'm super happy about having done this. It's something I've wanted to figure out for a long time, but wasn't really sure about. And Patreon, like our Patreon community has been a lifeline for me for a decade. No exaggeration, for like a decade. The amount of times the fact that people support me on Patreon has absolutely bailed me out. Like if I needed a piece of equipment because it broke or something, or if like YouTube ad revenue is down, it is an absolute lifeline. But over the years, it's become very clear to me that, like, there's still lots of people that don't really know what Patreon is. And they want to support, but, you know, it's a bit of a pain to have to figure out how to create a Patreon account and how you even do any of it. And so, you know, I think it's good that now people can support however they want. But anyway, you can also support the content with super chats and by cheering with bits, all that good stuff. And the best way to do a one-off donation, if you just looking to just do a bit of one-off support, is just buy with a regular donation, just ! donate, or the links in the description in the chat. Some of the best ways you can support, though, are completely for free. Like just pressing like on the stream, subscribing to the YouTube channel, all that stuff. Even if you're watching on Twitch, if you go to YouTube and smash like and subscribe, like that stuff genuinely really helps. So don't worry if you want to help out. All those super free ways, leaving comments, leaving likes, makes a big difference. And that's my shilling done for the day. Foggy. Thanks for the Twitch sub. Sorry, for the YouTube sub, Brian. I appreciate that, man. We still want more leather, don't we? I guess. Oh, we still want more cores as well. We're all still a bit of a mess right now, but at least we've walled ourselves in. Thanks. I think we're good with all the links now, Mike. I appreciate you helping people out, putting them in the right direction, because the bot is drunk or something today. Called in sick. Right. Did I delete a death or did I only die once? I was thinking like maybe do we delete the death, so it's like we're not planning on dying that much, maybe we just leave them. I don't care if I necessarily die a lot, but I don't think we'll really die a lot anyway. AI lack of RAM, yeah, probably. It's out of rainforests to burn. The reservoir finally ran dry. So the robots are offline. Oh, it's a bear. Oh, I forgot to kill the bear, yeah. Oh. Chill, bro, chill. Oh shit. Just out of wood. There's a little bit. Oh. Yeah, maybe we need a little bit more juice. Maybe this just isn't the way we handle this particular bear. Dude, no. Don't you dare. Oh, I'm just gonna get hit in the face with a rock up here. We missed. Nope. Oh, I accidentally opened the map. Rocks do so much damage, honestly, that I probably should have got a buff before we left home. Mistakes have been made. One of my favorite weird little things is that when you're aiming with the bow and you open your inventory, you actually lose the arrow. Oh god. And it's just like a weird thing. Sometimes I need to check my inventory and fire an arrow. So I do both. Sometimes like weird little details like that about Valheim. I like to fantasize that one day the speedrun will be so optimized that that would actually matter. That people will actually be doing that, like optimizing the menu in. God damn it. Time to actually start making stuff, I think, for a change. You predict when you'll find Rocky? I have no idea. I have no idea about how to find Rocky, to be honest. I don't think I've ever watched a single video about it. It kind of happened when I was totally checked out. I was dealing with health stuff. But I think it's just random, right? Okay. just go with this for now. Oh, did I leave the flint from my last chopping block? I think I did, right? That's unfortunate. Yep, Deep North is like Valheim 1.0 with Deep North comes out on the 9th of September. You know, it's in the Black Forest. We don't have no other qualifiers. Yeah, so the way I thought it worked is that it's just a random rock, right? Essentially, that it just is rocky. But I actually don't know 100%. It's actually one of those weird things where it happened when I was totally not in Valheim mode, and didn't seem important enough for me to look it up, and I kind of forgot about it. I was looking for a bit more flint. So we can use some workbench upgrades a little bit. I think we left a chopping block. Might have forgotten it because it's outside, but I'm not sure. Oh no, did I take it? Maybe we brought it with us. We must have. Yeah, we must have. All right, whatever. We can still. I don't care about getting every last piece of wood. Not really that much wood, is it? Yeah, let's do a flint run. Right, I'm thinking we definitely could get the Elder done. Dude. We should as well just get a bronze axe made soon as possible so we can just start portaling around instead of running around so much. It's so funny how many like weird little things that I like just so used to not doing. Of how little played the game normally. That yeah, we need to just start working on. Doesn't this actually just make sprint toggle? No? They add a weird way to do sprint toggle. Oh, I just didn't press the right button. What's up? Blood's life. Stopping by the stream, dude. Hope you're doing good. Gotta hop to bed. We'll catch up with the rest of the stream tomorrow. We'll have fun. Alright, Clippy, thanks for stopping by the stream, bud. Appreciate that. Night, dude. I'm gonna eat some snacks real quick. I'm gonna turn my camera off whilst I eat so we can keep going. I'm still here, chat, don't worry. I'm just gonna eat. Swear. The game just kind of felt weird for a second. What's up, Dana? Thanks for stopping by the stream, mate. I hope you're doing good. How you getting on with your secret project? No spoilers. Where do we want the door to be? Kind of feels like a natural entrance, sort of. Do, 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 do. What were buttons for snap position and stuff? I don't remember. Okay. Let's do it like this for now. Oh my god, I had didn't mean to do that. I can never decide like how I like to do this because this, I don't know, sometimes I don't love it, but it's fine for now. Okay. Looking good. We're in the range here, aren't we? Of the maypole. Okay, so get some of this. Upgrade this. Upgrade this. We'll need a bit more leather and stuff. You've been building like your hair is on fire. Nice. We might as well make some leather stuff, even though leather armor is sort of a waste of leather. We've got so much of it. It's sort of whatever at this point. You know what? Might do a stack breaker for the walls. I'm throwing trophies away and stuff, but right, I think we need to do some organizing as well. So maybe we should turn one of these things into like storage. One of these buildings. This, I think, is going to be where we sleep. This is going to be where we craft. Maybe we make this one like storage or something. We're going to need a lot of wood. regardless. So how many gear trophies have we got? Just those two. Yeah, we still need more cores. We didn't find enough for a smelter in that last dungeon we did. Can make a decent amount of arrows now, at least. That's nice. Yeah. I was gonna say, I guess we'll leave food where it is for now. We'll be fine for like a run or whatever. But we need to make like a cooking area as well. Petra, long time no see, bud. Good stuff about the stream. Hope you're doing good. Right, let's just go on another run real quick. Because really, one of the main things holding us back right now is that we literally need at least one more core. Don't care about this. Turns out this is actually kind of a small black forest, unfortunately. It's not ideal for us. I forgot, somebody asked me if my wish list was public earlier, and I said I would check, and I didn't do that. One sec. Let me check. I don't. How do you even know? I don't remember. How do I know? I can't remember. I don't remember. I remember I did do this years ago, but I don't remember. Always like looting feathers out of chests. Big fan of that. Finally being a bow user, imagine that. I wonder how much, how much bow usage chat has ever even seen me do in this game. Gotta be such a small amount. The thing I was talking about earlier with DPS increasing, the more times you apply fire damage, actually applies to fire arrows as well. It will still max out at a certain point. What a view. Take a screenshot. This is the perfect wallpaper, chat. Whoa. Chill. Oh. Yeah, how do you know if your Steam wish list is public, chat? I can't tell. Oops. Accidentally. No, it always worked like that. It was definitely a little known fact. I would say it was not... I mean, I suppose it's still not that widely known, yeah. My god, we're very popular today. Yeah, maybe we get chop some trees down or something, I don't know. I don't think that doesn't normally matter, but they're actually collecting things, playing the game normally. Thank you. should be able to... Actually, we might want that a little bit. I guess we can still keep looking for dungeon or whatever. Settings, privacy. Oh, so there's no way to tell. So maybe it's not private then. There's no way to tell. So theme settings, privacy settings. All right, got it. Thanks, Mike. So my profile is private. I guess I can set it. What's the issue? I guess I'd probably set it to private because you know what? I forget who initially asked this question. About whether or not my wish list was private, but looking at this, I know what happened. My Steam profile definitely used to be public, so therefore my wish list probably was. And I had a stalker, or sort of, I had a kind of a weird time for a little while. I think I've done it now. I think I just made it my profile public. So basically, there was a period of time when I had like a short run of like videos that got a lot of press and stuff, for for whatever reason, but there was a period of time, like it started when like there was somebody from PC Gamer that used to watch the stream, and they just just randomly just wrote an article, and they just whatever reached out and asked some questions, and from that point on there was a brief period of time where PC Gamer wrote articles about like some of the stuff that I was doing, and it happened like back to back at one point. And like the way what happens in the world nowadays when that becomes like a thing is then there's like a bunch of sites that they just copied whatever PC Gaming does. You know what I mean? And so then like it becomes a Kotaku article, it becomes a PC like a PC Games article or whatever. Like, so there's a period of time where like the channel got like loads and loads of press. And one of the weird things that happened as a side effect of that is like that is the only time I've ever consistently at least gotten like really weird messages from people, and it was almost always like it was 100% of the time it was friendly. It's just people just kind of got a little weird, there's times like people were being strange, and for a brief window it was like inescapable for me. It was like when it came to like using any social media, so I just kind of like stopped. And like one of the things I did at that time was set my Steam profile to private because I was starting to get people being weird on Steam. And I set it to private, and at the time I probably didn't even, by the way, awesome that we just found another bee. That's great. I probably wasn't even thinking about anything to do with like my wish list or anything. It would have just been like, I don't want this I don't want to die. I don't want to get killed by a serial killer or something. I don't know what's going on right now. So, I don't know. I just made it public again. We'll see if I end up regretting that decision. But yeah, all that stuff died down anyway, so it's probably fine. We'll see if people can behave themselves. By the way, I did see a message, Mike, that you added me. It's obviously fine with being a mod and stuff. But I don't think you added me. I don't know if that's me or not. I don't seem to have a friend request. I'm not sure though. I'll check it after though. What's up, Alan? Next up by the stream. Hope you're doing good, bud. What did I come here for? Oh yeah, we want to. We're not doing too good finding horse. One 1.0 excitement is building. Nice. That's good to hear. Oh, it's so good. Good. I totally forgot about it. I couldn't even remember who asked about it, to be honest. I just remember that I got distracted. But yeah. Nah, it's not bad memories. It wasn't really... It wasn't traumatic for me. It was just like, what the fuck is this? What is going on? You know what I mean? It was just a little... unexpected. But it was a little weird, all that stuff, you know, because... I was extremely grateful to the journalists that cared about the content. That was a compliment, obviously. I didn't love it, though. I didn't really love the experience of that. Because, weirdly, like, it didn't... I don't think it... At that time, the channel was doing quite well in the algorithm anyway. And I don't really think, like, conventional media really... affects the algorithm at all. You know what I mean? So I don't necessarily think that it led to a major increase in YouTube views or anything. It just it was just a different type of attention. And there's stuff about it that I kind of didn't like. Like that was one of them where it's just like I tell you the coolest thing there was overall was obviously awesome. But like, and I was really lucky, but the best thing was actually, I started getting, like, so some of the DMs and stuff weren't weird. And the coolest thing was like, I'd start getting messages from like bizarre places. It'd be like some guy in Russia that was like, hey, dude, I love the videos, you were just in the, whatever, like on like the biggest gaming website in Russia or something. And then I had like it was just like viewers, people in the community that like I guess are lurkers, that was just letting me know that they'd like send my stuff in their country, in their media, and that was really cool. And there was like people in it, like the Far East and stuff like that. You know, there's a few cool things like that. People just being really nice, and that was cool. But like, there was also stuff like the articles varied in quality massively, and like some people just ad-libbed some of the journalists. Like the initial article was really well done, and Chris, whatever his name is, a PC gamer, I forget his name, he's in some of their videos I think now. He was seemed really nice, and he asked great questions, right? But like there was also stuff that was like, but people just added on like random things they thought were like facts about like the speedrun. Like they would like speculate about how long it would be until somebody beat a certain time. And I didn't like it because I didn't say any of this. You know what I mean? I was just like, that's like, I never claimed anything about it. Just I got like, you know, a world record at the time. But like all these, there was like loads of weird claims made that they didn't attribute any of them to me incorrectly or anything. It's just like they would state things in a way that almost sounded like it was like facts, but it's like, I actually, you know, like what, like specifically, I remember there's the scenario like, oh, you know, basically like given this time, you know, it's extremely, because of the RNG required for this, it's extremely unlikely, you know, anyone beats this time anytime soon. And I was like, well, that wasn't something I was asked about, and I don't think that's true. It's totally conceivable to beat it tomorrow. And like somebody did beat it, you know what I mean? Why? I mean, I forget how, you know, but they did, and like that run I never got any press, if you know what I mean. And I just thought like, I don't know. So there's like weird stuff like that anyway, where you know, like sometimes you hear people talk about problems with the press and how things are misleading or inaccurate, and I thought it was really funny because it was such a low stakes, like totally doesn't matter, who cares, it's video games. It wasn't, I'm not like a politician or something, it wasn't something like important, right? But I thought it was funny that even even just making Valheim videos, I got a little bit of a taste of like, oh, this could seriously get out of hand if any of this was important. This is a load of random shit they said that was like basically not true, you know what I mean? That I think the intention was just for these people to make their article sound more interesting. Oh no, I want this kind of, don't I? I hear a spawner, by the way. What shall I drop here? I feel like kind of, for the time being, sort of want all of this. And yeah, it's one of them things that I didn't actually like the attention in the end. And it seemed like it should be something really good, right? I think we can lose this trophy for now. And the only reason I was keeping the troll head is just like for certain bait and stuff later, but we'll probably come across 1 million troll heads between now and then. What's up, Justice? But thanks for coming on the stream. I did see a message, by the way. I was just yapping. Hope you're doing good, bud. I guess we'll go back now. We've got some useful things. Oh, just as to say that, we found what we came for. Don't know if we have necessarily the room. Could drop those berries. I don't care. Oh, we can drop these arrows as well. Gonna be dark again, chap. Sorry. But yeah, one of the funny things as well about that time On the, you know, the idea of like all this like ego shit we're talking about through video games, and the the guy in the chat that was just flipping out earlier about what I was be jerking my own dick or whatever he said. Like at that time, like I remember doing like interviews. I did a few interviews. And there was one that was like this Swedish podcast / radio thing that loads of Swedish people told me that was actually a really big thing. I had no idea what it was at the time. It just anyway, the amount of times that what would happen would be like, oh, can you explain like Valheim speedrunning to us, and like, you know, why such a thing would be significant. And like the amount of times that someone would go, oh, so you basically like invented Valheim speedrunning, like literally. And I would laugh and just be like, that's ridiculous. Like, nobody invents speedrunning. It's like a thing in video games since forever. It's nothing to do with me. I just and like, it would be, you know, totally super easy. Could have just been like, oh yeah, you know, I'm just a fucking genius, basically, you know. And you know, like, you know, some people would have just eaten that up. But there was like a few times like that where it's like they wanted to really make a big deal out of what I was doing, like it was doesn't exist on the internet in every other game. And I kind of would just laugh about it and be like, no, that's ridiculous. And just kind of explain like gaming, right? Just be like, well, you know, no. This is a thing in it, you know. This is kind of how it works always with video games. It's kind of these sets of traditions like speedrunning and challenges and stuff, right? And I don't have to explain it to you guys, but to the normies, it was yeah, a bit weird. Alright. I only have in these extra stones just for extra fires. Because we like burning things. Memories experience? Memories / experiences, good or bad, have a large role in shaping who we are today. True. I don't really think there's a point in killing these guys. We don't need what they've got. What are you doing, guys? I feel like I've spoken about this so many times on stream and stuff, but when I ever do the casual Valheim stuff like this, I'm always reminded the amount of freaking feathers, right? We've not needed to kill a single bird. I think like the first I think it was the first Valheim video that I made. that just like literally did the game-changing thing for me at the time of getting like 200 views or something in a day or two. It was like, so, you know what I mean? It was like a big deal at the time, which is what made me stick with it on YouTube. In that, it was a guide, and I had mentioned as a tip that you get so many, if you just like keep looting dungeons and stuff, you get so many feathers in the game. Oh my god, I'm finding so many dungeons. This is awesome. The last little patch of Black Forest was rubbish. And anyway, the amount of people that was so mad that I said that was just like, literally you find like nothing, bro, or whatever, you know, like you gotta farm those seagulls or whatever. And it's like, meanwhile, like years later, I feel like it's become totally normal now, where people that play the game all the time are like, yeah, you find loads of arrows. But it's funny because I think people forget that when Valheim was new, I guess people did rely on the bow so much. People were like way flying through arrows compared to now. What's up, Lunatic? Thanks for the stream. Hope you're doing good, bud. Oh, I looked wave. Ow. Maybe we should have a death counter. What do you think? I really need to pee. Maybe we'll wait till we get back to base, which I keep forgetting is actually over here. We need to swap this icon out for the home icon, so I don't forget. I literally just tried to middle mouse to pan around like I was like using like a sprite or GIMP or whatever. Photoshop for the normies. How's it going, Seawage? I'm doing good. Doing fan-freaking-tastic. It's been a while since I got a stream of yours. Nice. I'm glad to hear it. Good to have you in the chat, bud. I'm going to... So I'm going to probably be streaming a lot more than I have for ages. And probably also more than I will for a while after 1.0 as well. Starting with this playthrough, because I actually, you know, we are going to make our way all the way into the Ashlands and be ready to jump into the Deep North when the update comes out on this save. So for a small period of time, limited time only, feels like it's doing some kind of sales pitch or something. I'm going to be streaming on these channels as we work on this world to get ready for 1.0, and when it actually happens, we are going to continue it on stream still, and we'll still stream a little bit, of course, but I'll probably be very busy working on videos. So once we've actually prepped or whatever on this run, there'll be slightly fewer streams, but I'm gonna stream a lot between now and September 9th, or just as long as it takes us to be ready for the update. I really need to pee. We're gonna do the usual thing of creating contact for chat by making people nervous by dancing when I go to the bathroom instead of pausing the game. I'll be right back. We didn't die. This is just a way to keep content whilst I'm AFK, is just to see if we actually get raided and die to trolls whilst we go to the bathroom. What is a prep playthrough? Oh, it's something that... So, this is actually something that we've never done it before on the channel, but like, I would say most Valheim content creators do it every major update. Basically, when there's an update to the game, pretty much every single time since the game has existed, the way that it has worked. Oh, I've just realized something. We haven't. Yeah, we're gonna have to make some ball first, I guess. Yeah, so the way that it always works is so long as you haven't explored parts of the map with like the new biome in it, you can just continue on the same world as long as it's got those areas undiscovered, and your game just works anyway. So you can, you know, usually continue the new update on your same world. So because that's a thing, content creators do these like prep playthroughs where you just start a new playthrough and do everything in the game, basically all the bosses and everything, up until just before the new content is added, and then once you've done that, you maybe even do some things like, you know, getting the right sort of armor set, the right gear that you're, you know, guessing, all you can do is guess, you know, will be useful for the update. So therefore you're sort of preparing yourself, literally getting yourself ready for the new content, and then when the new content comes out, you hop into the game and continue where you left off. That's what a prep playthrough is. Good question though. Kept waiting for a troll to peek its head in. Nice, lunatic. Right. So let's just scoop up all of our troll and bear stuff, right? Because we've only done one bear on me, I think, maybe. Or have we done two? No, we've done two, maybe. I don't remember. Oh, are you? So yeah, are you the guy that there's something to do with? You offered to like fly me out or something, to party or something when you graduated or something like that, or hang out. I can't remember, something like that. Is that what it was? I can't remember what it exactly was, but I remember roughly what you said. Something like that, right? Oh, I forgot I wanted to make a stack breaker. By the way, major milestone. This is hype. That we've got troll armor. We definitely want to just immediately go back out and hit up all those dungeons that we just found before. I think that's the move. Oh, I actually forgot as well about the core wood. Whatever, I don't care. I'm necessarily carrying all this random shit. We should. Don't we still have? Yeah, some pelts, and then don't we have like a few pine wood somewhere? Gonna start it's all a bit of a mess right now, but we'll make it aesthetic at some point. Furniture. Oh, do we still need one more fine one for that? That's annoying. Okay. Almost, but yes, I'm a cook apprentice for 6 more months now only, in a mid-high-end hotel in Austria. And yes, the streams back when I started out helped me through a rough patch. Nice, I'm happy to hear that. Right, so now deconstruct this bad boy. Oh my god, do you guys remember when it used to always require like one more coal or something than the smelter could hold to do a full smelter, and then they finally made the update to actually make it make sense? You guys remember what I'm talking about? That was such a big deal. That sounds crazy. It sounds like something a lunatic would say. But never say never, I guess. Oh, food. Right. Make some ore, I guess. I'm going to make a sort of proper cooking space somewhere. That cooked? I didn't hear it. Did it happen at the same time as one of those ingots dropped? I feel like it did. We almost got screwed out of some boar meat. Oh, bear meat, even worse. I can't believe I've been streaming for 4.5 hours, guys, to be honest. It's so much easier to stream for a really long time. So much like more chill when we're just doing casual gameplay. Right, let's just go and I mean, we kind of need another couple of chests. I know I really seriously need to organize. But I will organize thoroughly at some point. But the plan is to make an actual storage room. You know what? I need to check my emails real quick. I've got guitars on the brain right now. No, we're good. When I last played through the game, I always made a trench around my base, not your style, or just not worth the effort. Actually, you know what's funny? Whenever I do this sort of playthrough, I always build a trench around my base too. Literally, I've done it like a million times. I really like doing that. It's super effective. Because I've done it so many times, I do kind of... I'm a little bit bored of creating a trench because it's so time consuming. So I'm not sure if I'm going to do it or not, but it is very effective, so I might do it. The only reason that I'm considering not doing it is because, to be honest, like when I play on like the server, there's so many bases that's just those normal walls, and everyone gets on fine with them. You know what I mean? That I'm like, maybe it doesn't matter. So yeah, I might not do it just because we don't have to rush or anything. We're obviously taking our time with this playthrough to some extent, but like, I don't want to necessarily take too much time in order to just get everything done before 1.0. Or not every, like, there's plenty of time, obviously. I just mean like, just to kind of do stuff the way I want to do it before 1.0. Actually, haven't decided exactly what I'm doing to the base yet. In fact, we only ended up there because we happened to find the maypole, which is freaking epic. Here we go. More boards would be nice, like a lot more, frankly. Haha. Destroyed your own spawn, idiot. These are like my favorite rooms in this dungeon by far, by the way. How cool does it look? Rancid Remains, serious argument for like the most metal mob as well in the game. Although the new ghost mob, since they changed it, is also very metal. You already mentioned anything about the survival server after 1.0? So all I've said so far, Dana, is that's when we're gonna wipe it, is the day that 1.0 comes out. I actually been meaning to talk to you about it, because we're obviously I haven't told anybody about any of the plans or anything yet. I'm keeping it all a secret. I think I'm gonna make it a surprise for when we're able to actually do it. But one of the things that I was gonna say to you is what I think I'm going to do is basically like take the server down, and we can do like any admin stuff we want, right? When 1.0 launches on the 9th, and then like it goes back up for everybody whenever the update is available for the server, right? Because it actually typically doesn't happen right away, does it? So we're not going to be able to do it day and day. So all I've said so far is like we're wiping the server when 1.0 comes out, and we have some super cool, exciting plans and surprises for people, but I haven't told them what it is yet. We're teasing them. What's up, Risen? Hey, I haven't been here in a while. Used to love the speedrun. Started a new world prep for 1.0 today. Hell yeah. Great minds think alike. Me too. Appreciate that, man. Hope you're doing good. Who did it again? What is it with rancid remains and destroying their own spawners? They're so goth. But yeah, probably what we'll do, Dana, is that when we're ready to go live with the new stuff, I'll post a video letting everybody know. Make a bigger deal out of it than usual. It's going to be super fun. So we need to hype it up a bit. Right. We got our wish. We got lots of cores now. We're gonna have to go back. No, not really much of a point in doing another dungeon. Appreciate that, Dana. Sounds good, man. I will say, I suppose it's okay for me to say this. I did recently figure out Valheim mods a little bit, and I've made a little mod that we're going to publicize around the time 1.0 comes out. But I will say since then I have like been going pretty crazy with some ideas for Valheim mods. I'm wondering how far I could actually take it in terms of just basically doing like new, you know, coming up with new ways to play the game. Like how how crazy could I go with a Valheim mod? And I'm like, I might look into that stuff even deeper. Just mods in general. I have a crazy idea. Calling it a Valheim mod, I think, is a little bit of an understatement. It would essentially be like a, I don't know, mod, probably a mod pack, but like, you know, essentially a game mode. That I think would be really sick, but it's a surprise that it is all a swamp world. That's super funny. That would be a really funny way to troll people that playing on the survival server. It isn't. I will say that it isn't. It's a funny idea, though. And 86 mods in your last playthrough. That's funny. Yeah, I'm a big fan of mods in general, and any, like, games that have like healthy mod communities. Valheim is some awesome mod. It pretty obvious, having, you know, recently started looking into mod, like making mods and stuff, that clear to me why it doesn't have more. It's like, oh, it's not really like they've designed and like the game to be like a certain, you know, experience for modders. Like, some games are the easiest games ever to mod, right? And they have like really often have really like thriving modding scenes. The reason Valheim's modding scene is what it is just because it's a Unity game essentially, right? Which is fine, but yeah, having done it, kind of funny, that's all. Did have a little bit of a surprise how jank it is. Game with help in the edge. Right, we might as well go back and do another run. We need to make a storage room. We need to make a cooking station. This is going to be our crafting area. So basically, this is where we sleep. We'll make that nice with comfort eventually. This will be our little crafting facility. I'll probably actually just modify these buildings to make them bigger a little bit. This is going to be our storage room. And then, you know, like somewhere around here, we'll do some cooking. Our cooking station. And then, you know, we can do some farming and the rest of it. That's ultimately the plan. Guess we just, head out right away. Oh, maybe we should look into topping up our arrows, actually. Not gonna lie, I still kind of keep forgetting our arrows. Fluffy would join chat, but he is on his 5th week of vacation. Wow. 5 weeks. Where's he been for 5 weeks? Is he vacationing at home? No, he told me, but I forgot. He told me, but I can't remember where he went. I'm remembering. He went somewhere. Didn't he go somewhere nice? I feel like he went somewhere nice. I don't remember it, though, off the top of my head. Do. Right then. So organized as usual. Oh, turkey, nice. Yes, that's right. You're in therapy now, coping with abandonment issues. That's funny. I built that the wrong way around. So one of the things about like building and bases and stuff, this is the kind of thing we're probably going to get asked about quite a lot because we're doing a normal playthrough. I don't know how you guys feel about this, but you know, once you kind of like you've done your first playthrough of the game and stuff, you know, we're like years into Valheim now. We kind of know the drill. Like a lot of the time I kind of like feel like holding off on like lots of base building stuff until I have like later game stuff, because I kind of just like want to just do the new stuff right away instead of like building and rebuilding certain things. And then there's like some things where it's just like I don't care, you know, just some freaking wood version of it. It's like whatever, it's fine. But part of me, I find myself like thinking I don't really want to like make much until we get to like late game, because I'm not going to use most things that we make before that point. Maybe that's why making Valheim took so many years. True. I thought I was in my base for a moment there. I was kind of tripped out. It's kind of like a smelter. So much rain. Oh, another bear. The rain's kind of annoying though with the bear. Is the bear just tripping out? Is that GG? Nah, that's only temporary. He's running away. It's so funny that one of the things that Iron Gate did when it comes to like people figuring out AI manipulations for the game is like basically just make it so that once the players manage to trap the enemy, it just runs away when it knows it's being manipulated, kind of. And that is a very funny thing they did. This little patch of Black Forest is absolutely covered with dungeons. This is a new one even. It is a good way to solve the problem. It's funny. I think one of the things that's funniest about the fact that that's what they did is just that, like, regular players that, you know, don't concern themselves with such cheesy things, you know, or like don't even think about it, just like never know that that was a thing. Or like people that know all of the manips and stuff, they just do it, and then they just notice that it just like runs away when you actually manage to do it, which is really funny. There is a really funny side effect though that actually ends up being really useful in this people, which is that when enemies are in that mode, they don't attack. They'll only start attacking once they stop running away. So you can actually chase them in that time, hypothetically, and get hits in. And that is literally like the strat for the Queen. Been loving the early game going toe to toe with bears with just my knife. The early game is really great. And the bears are awesome. Kind of nice leveling up my bows doing this right now. Look, we're literally doing it right now, look. Oh, that's all. Kind of wish the bears didn't fear fire. You can just grab the handful of torches and get bear armor and clothes right away. Yeah, I know what you mean. I like the bears how they are, honestly. I mean, I think people have valid concerns about it. What the fuck? That's a bit of a weird, like, bit of rock sticking out there, isn't it? Kind of makes sense that they'd run like hell after you've been beaten them up for a while. It does. Oh, we're full already. Actually, I think we... You know what? I think we might need bone. Oh no, we've got a stack of bones there. What did I... No, we're good. I love that little sound effect, by the way. I don't think I'm going to drop anything for treasure, actually. Just, we'll have to come back. So we won't cross this one off. I try to cross them off if they're fully looted. And if they're not, I don't cross them off. It's funny because that first little patch of Black Forest that we found really sucked. But like this tiny area here, it's just been stacked. And we don't really need anything else from dungeons and stuff at this point, but more cores the merrier, obviously, in the long run. Oh. Looted ones get a fire in the entrance. That's nice. I like that. If you're not into map management, I like map management in games in general. I think it's like a interesting, weird little sub game almost. But you know, like, does anybody else like on their first Valheim playthrough, like the maps was just nuts? Like I marked like every patch of berries and stuff like that, to the point where like my map was like so detailed it was ridiculous. And I really enjoyed doing it at the time, and then like over the years it's just like, oh my god, I can't be bothered constantly. Like there's always something to add to the map, like almost every inch you move sometimes, to the point where it's just like, ah, screw it, I don't care. Our current playthrough, I built a smallish base in each biome up until a mountain, and that's where I stopped and built a big base because the timing felt right. Nice. Yeah, on my first playthrough, that's what I did. I built a sort of small to medium base. Thanks for the follow on Twitch, Talberg. I appreciate that. I did that in every biome. But that was back when there was only 5 bosses, obviously. For whatever reason, just playing the game like blind, which is what I did first time, it just felt right. Right then. Time to mine, I suppose, and also bash some of this. Love having a good swamp base, but when I don't want to be in it forever. Yeah, I know what you mean. The swamp is one of the coolest biomes, I think, like aesthetically, but it is definitely a place you don't want to be in forever. Hey, what's up, Snazzy? How's it going, man? I am doing great, thanks, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I'm excited. I'm excited to play the game. I'm excited for this playthrough. And, you know, I'm really hoping that it's gonna be a big deal for the Valheim community, you know. It would be nice if everyone's super happy with it, and you know, we get to see some people come back to the game. I'm really just delaying organizing anything. It's getting ridiculously chaotic. I don't think we have anything left to smelt though, right? We only got like 24. So I guess, oh, what we actually should do is can make a forge now. I keep forgetting that I wanted to make a stag breaker. Kind of feel like I bet I don't end up doing it because I'm just going to forget. Don't hate organizing all the time. You know what's funny? Somebody in the chat was laughing, saying that like this is what their base looks like, and my reply was like, that's why I like watching Snazzy, because it's like the only content creator whose base looks like mine. Right. Forge. How long ago was it that I was like, yeah, we should make a forge? I feel like it was forever ago. Too exposed? Come on, game. Nice. Totally worth it to just see that copper knife recipe. Right. Could rearrange some things, but instead I'm just going to get some more wood to make another chest to dump things in. We might as well. Let me think about this. Got lots of feathers right now. I think. Should we go do the Elder? We might as well do the Elder. I might just spam him with fire arrows or something. Or just flint axe it, to be fair. But let me check as well, like, we probably have some flint things we can upgrade a little. I've avoided all 1.0 spoilers and have not done a playthrough since before Call to Arms, so I'm hyped for launch because it will almost be like playing for the first time again, but that also means I won't be watching streams or any Valheim content at least until I beat the game. That's so good, man. That sounds awesome. That would honestly be so epic. To be honest, you know, you could literally count on like one hand. I don't even know how many like normal quote unquote playthroughs I've done on this game, but you could definitely count them on one hand. I know that. Like all of my time spent playing Valheim really was just like 90% of the time was that period of time for like a couple of years, whatever, where I was really grinding the speedrun. And then like other than that, it's been like the occasional challenge speedrun and then just like making videos and stuff. And like, so I've really, it's been a really long time since I played the game normally. So I'm really excited just to be doing this playthrough right now. The only reason I'm doing it. I do think me doing whatever I'm most excited doing to a certain extent makes it the best content, but at the same time it's like, if it was all about content, I would only be streaming challenges and speedruns really, but I'm streaming this right now because I want to be playing this right now. Like I'd be doing this off stream really if it wasn't for the fact of doing Valheim content. Right, let's just do this. I was just thinking about what it is I actually want to do next, but let's grab some more arrow mats. Right. That's plenty of arrows. Upgrades and stuff. Oh, I keep forgetting about flint. Yeah, flint, hide, leather. Okay. Checking out for that night. Good to hear your voice, Nick. Good luck getting that Fenris armor. I appreciate that, mate. Have a good one, dude. Speak to you soon, hopefully. Thanks again for the generous super chat earlier. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah. I keep forgetting about the fact that I wanted more flint. I think I dropped some in a dungeon to take loot, thinking I was done with it, but I'm not. Actually, I'm consuming some Canadian gold right now. Nazi might appreciate this. I have some pretty strict dietary requirements, I found out. I can eat basically nothing. And as a treat, because I can't have, you know, normal like sweets and stuff, I found these things that from Canada. There's actually, it's like hard candy, but it's basically just 100% maple syrup. And they're kind of awesome. And it's actually a little mapley. Kind of funny. They're the best. They're awesome. Can't get in it. I've never had it. I was wondering how much of a common thing it even is, because it does seem pretty random. Yeah. Is it even worth me going? It probably is worth me going to loot some more. Flint. Maybe I just head this way and try and find like a new coast. Because we already did loot a lot. A maple leaf hard candy that is 100% maple syrup might be the most Canadian thing I've ever seen, and I want some. It's pretty awesome. I'll definitely. It was pricey, I'll say. It was like 15 quid for a bag of like 50. But hey, I can eat it. Most things I can't eat, so I'm just trying it out. It's been pretty awesome. Got like a good boss stone. It would be kind of nice to actually farm some animals for a change as well, which I never do. But I'm not 100% sure. See, at the very least, I'm just going to be killing all the bosses and getting, like, a build ready. Like, just my character with gear. Minimum, that's what we're going to do on this playthrough. What else we actually have time for, I don't know, but we'll see. I don't know how to say that. Hypoglycemic foods. It's complicated. There's a few things going on. So basically, two main things is that I have pretty severe IBS. So like with that stuff, there's a whole bunch of things nobody with IBS is supposed to have. And I think like probably most people with IBS just have it anyway. But I don't. I avoid everything that you're supposed to avoid. And then the other thing is, the other main thing is that I'm also got something called histamine sensitivity, where it's like basically the higher histamine content of something, the more it fucks me up. And how that works is like, depending on my histamine levels, depends on all kinds of symptoms that I deal with. And that's sort of like a bucket that you know, it's filled whenever your body generates or taking histamine. And so why this becomes a pain in the arse is because that is almost like all living things, like any kind of like meat or veg or fruit or whatever. Like almost everything has some level of histamine. But it's all relative, you know, to where I'm at, how much of an issue it is. But I try to keep my histamine levels as low as possible. And there's also like certain things that when the body consumes it, it makes your body naturally produce histamine, because it's like your body uses histamine for all kinds of things, including like it's used as even like a neurotransmitter, which is like it really severely affects my brain sometimes to the point where it's a fucking disaster. My brother has that histamine thing. He can't eat any pork. That's interesting. I've never heard of anyone else having it. That's actually kind of cool to know. Not such a fucking weirdo. I came all the way out here to try and find flint. That's not happening, is it? Might be a strange question, but why'd you have your pickaxe slot on one? So most of the layout on my hotbar is just come from speedrunning the game so much. I just kind of expect certain things to be on certain slots, so that's really the only reason. It's just I've not really broken that habit. Although slot 1 is like something that, for example, I might put a shield on instead. But like 2 is always bow, 3 is always axe, 4 is always spear, 7 is always hammer, 8 is always like whatever my primary weapon is. 5 and 6 can sort of be whatever. But 1 is like normally something that I would, you know, sometimes need to do quickly. So I would often leave that as my pickaxe, but it could also, like, for example, if I was, whenever I summon a boss, I always put the summon item in that slot. You know, doesn't really make any sense. It's just all these like weird habits. I just think that like my brain now just expects certain items in certain slots, and if I ever change it up, I press the wrong button. Muscle memory, basically. Valid question, though. As a cook, what are some things you like, can't have at all versus things you really enjoy eating and can do so freely? Meat-wise, I stick to chicken. Hypothetically, there is a couple of other meats that I may be able to have, but the chicken is the safest, so I just stick to it, and I like chicken. Chicken was always my favorite anyway. It just makes it easier. Pretty much any like potatoes and stuff I can have. But honestly, like, you know, the list is too long for like what I can't have. I mean, I basically, I was really trying not to get wet. Oh, there we go. I basically live off like potatoes, butter, chicken, rice, white rice. The occasional bit of mayo or something. And oats. And maple syrup. Cool, I do 1 main weapon, 2 shield, 3 bow, 4 secondary, 5 hoe, 6 axe. Nice, nice, nice. So yeah, the part of this layout is like my mouse buttons are always 7 and 8, like the side buttons. And the reason I always have the hammer on my thumb is just because it just allows you to be faster in so many scenarios, because you know you can unequip without having to stop for the animation to unequip. Like, no, you can't unequip just pressing 8, for example. You have to like walk and then do it, right? Whereas the hammers are instant equip, unequip. And then I remap the buttons on my keyboard so that Q is 1, R is 2, and F is 3. We're just doing a little flint run right here, guys. Might as well head back now, honestly. How much flint did we get? That's fine. It's enough. So, I actually love mushrooms, but I can't have them. What I will say is, this is a new thing for me within the last sort of 12 months-ish. And I'm constantly getting better at it, and like I'm like feeling better than I ever really have at the minute, or more recently, let's say. It ebbs and flows each day depending on what's going on. Like the heat wave completely fucked me up, for example, because you also generate histamine when you're too hot. Nah, I can't have nuts and stuff anymore. But yeah, I forget what I was saying now, but yeah, it's all good. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Like the best way to like solve stuff like this, where you have to just eliminate everything and then gradually reintroduce things. And I've gotten to a place where I'm able to eat pretty healthy and pretty clean and feel great. So I've been really slow and cautious. I'm trying to like introduce things as slowly as possible, just because it's actually been working, you know. And I'm still able to get all the nutrients that I need. So it's like I basically am just holding out as long as possible until I feel like I'm absolutely losing my mind. I need to eat something different, and then I'll try something like the bread thing I mentioned earlier, or these candies that I'm eating. So interesting on that idea, Tetra. Like definitely the more like the more natural and stuff, like the better, like it, because it is like preservatives and stuff like that are all like a huge issue with meat. Like if it was like recently slaughtered, I could probably eat almost anything, because the histamine thing, it just builds over time. Everything pretty much starts out with nothing. So like if you could really control your food supply, like if you was a hunter or something like that, I might be able to have anything actually in that scenario, if I was eating it, you know, right away. We don't know, lunatic, basically. Hypothetically, your system can improve, but it's still not sure yet how reversible it is. It might be reversible though, yeah. It's definitely a thing that it's possible to reverse, but not always, basically. Did I need another one of these? I kind of think I did, right? I hate food. Anything I eat makes me feel awful. I haven't found any food that doesn't. Ah, that sucks. I can relate to that. That was my normal for a really long time, to the point that I frankly didn't even really realize it. Until I had so much random shit going on with me. You're growing about 15 different veggies all year round with my girlfriend. Gonna add some meat, rabbits, and chickens next year. Main goal is to have a cleaner food from pesticides and stuff. Oh, that's cool. Funny thing is, doctors are baffled. They cannot figure out what the problem is. That sucks, man. I can really relate to that. No one really figured out what was going on with me. It was just just looking things up online and putting things out. Just doing a complete elimination diet that has allowed me to figure it out. The doctors diagnosed IBS like years ago, so that's fine. Like as for everything else, it's just like, yeah, it's just years of trial and error. But for me, I'm happy to say things are looking really positive now, and I'm feeling really good. So I'm lucky in that respect that I figured it out, I guess. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we'll see how it goes. See, because I've been like, well, I was feeling mega shit for when the heat wave was going on for ages. I need like a good week of it with cool weather to recover, but in general, because things are looking up for me massively and I'm feeling like so much better. Sometimes it does, I do kind of feel like, oh, maybe I could have sort of eat anything now, but I actually just don't know. You know what I mean? Because it wasn't that long ago where just like eating the wrong thing massively fucked me up for a really, really long time. So I kind of like don't even want to risk it. You know what I mean? I just want to be, I could be happy and healthy doing what I'm doing, and I'm happy with that. But at some point, I'm going to like try and be an adventurous to see how it goes. It will have to come to that eventually. It's kind of nice to hear the soundtrack as well. There's so many random little audio cues that's useful in this game that I never normally have the music on, but the soundtrack is great. That would seriously fuck me up when it's in. I think somebody, Tetra writes that his brother had it, and like that's one of the interesting things that I've read is that apparently like what makes who generate what amount of histamine that messes with them or whatever, apparently it can actually vary person to person quite a lot, which is interesting. Because when you read online, like there are places that recommend trying pork. But it definitely can vary. Okay. I guess I'll look at, make sure we don't accidentally max out our honey, get behind on honey production. Let's look at upgrades. I want to upgrade the spear because the spear is so good, and the bow. the spear. Nice. Perfect. That's good. That's much better. Right. We could definitely head out to do the Elder now, hypothetically. We need some more wood. Oh. I elected one extra. One of my mouse buttons found to 8 quick stopping with the hammer. I have like 5 extra buttons on my mouse. A lot of binds for it. I really like mice with lots of buttons as well, and I used to always game with mice with extra buttons. And the only reason I do still have mice like that, just think like for the rare occasion I get mega into an MMO again, because that's when I can't live without it. But the only reason I don't game with mice like that all the time is just that ages ago I got into like ultra light gaming mice for like FPS games, because I used to play predominantly FPS games for a while. And I found that these sort of like mice that everyone uses in like FPS like esports and stuff that are like really lightweight and stuff, I found that they actually did make a really big difference. And those mice just like never have lots of buttons. Now Steel Series did finally make an MMO mouse that's ultralight, and I bought it because of that. But it's fucking gigantic and just too big for me for my grip, because I normally do like a relaxed fingertip grip. Most of the time, and that's just from playing FPS games really, because it's like the best for aim, like my aim anyway. A lot of people's aim, I would say. Yeah, I'm sure I think that's what it is, right? The wireless ultralight. If you have, yeah, that's it, Risen. Yeah, it's a really good mouse. You just would need really big hands if you go into like fingertip grip it, obviously. You'd need really long fingers, which I don't have. But if you had like massive hands, it'd be perfect. Or if you're just like a palm gripper or something, it's fine. It's a really good mouse. I like it. But yeah, my main mouse that I kind of can't get rid of is the Razer V3 Viper Pro. I'm really loving this mouse. It ticks a lot of boxes. This is my absolute god aim mouse, which is the Xtrify MZ1 wireless. If anyone's familiar with the YouTuber Rocket Jump Ninja, it's the wireless version of his signature mouse. The MZ1 wireless is a little older now, and I upgraded to the Razer, and it's fantastic. But I sort of just felt in FPS games, in high action moments, if you had to pull off like a crazy flick or something, I always kind of felt like, you know what, I swear my aim was better with the MZ1. It was such a good mouse. And the white ones, there was like a defect or something, so you could get them like mega cheap, mega cheap, like it was like 40 quid or something ridiculous like that. So I rebought it because my last, I broke, I only generally, I replace mice or keyboards like if I break them, or if there's just like something that's causing me an issue with my content. And like, I got one of these again, and even though like this Razer mouse is generally better, like the shape's awesome, it's lighter and it's very comfortable, but it's cozy using the PC. Like this would, I use this mouse for like 90% of the time if I'm doing like game dev or like design stuff or video editing, like general stuff. This is my go-to mouse. But if I play FPS games, I still switch to the MZ1 because it's the shape and the size. Like the shape and the size has a massive impact, especially depending on your grip, on your aim. Like weight is a big factor for sure, but shape and size are probably more important. And the weight and all kinds of things with the design of this Razer are far superior. But it's just that shape. The MZ1 is perfect for my hand and grip. Because it kind of is designed to be a fingertip mouse, really. It's literally, as you can see, like the mouse buttons is like huge carve outs for your fingers. But yeah, I also have a ridiculous keyboard collection. The keyboard situation is way more out of control because it's way more of a hobby being into building, but I have specific keyboards for specific tasks. I guess we kill this guy. See, we could probably kind of just fight the bear more straight up. Now we've actually got a little bit of armor and stuff. We've leveled up our spear. Not quite so tedious as what it was when we like a level 1 spear and no armor. Nice, thanks, bear. Kind of just felt like tanking it, so we're getting so much DPS there. Wait, what the fuck just happened there? What, dodged? That was weird. Oh my god, dude. Nice. All right. I wanted to save the Zeke there until we had to leg it. Why did the tide have to come up a bit? The drop rate of the paws is terrible. Doesn't the game know you have the right to bear arms? That's actually good. That deserves a round of applause, honestly. If I had a soundboard to play it, an applause, I would play that. That chat does dad jokes all the time and I'm not impressed. But that's good. How's it going anyway, Meep Meep? Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping by. Man, we're getting so lucky so far how far we've been able to just run to this boss. What do you think, like halfway now or something? Drink some water. Gonna have to go and get another giant cup of water at some point. Oops, don't die. I was tapped out. I wasn't reading a different screen you were, chat. Oh my god, are we going to get to run all the way there? That is freaking amazing. If that's the case. Imagine. Ooh. Ooh. Look at that. +1, +1. Just learned that aspic is basically savory meat jelly. Yo, maybe? That sounds good. Yo! Hell yeah. We just found Haldor. Man, this is a really good first session. Did I really die once, or did I just delete another death marker. I sort of feel like I might have died twice. This is awesome. Oh wait, can't you actually... steal this? Oh. Just... hell yeah. Nice. That's awesome. We need to get portals off and running, don't we? This is like... I feel like we're making things take way longer than they need to by delaying getting onto portals, but... getting free head is always nice. True. Oh, that's useful. Eventually, are like 100 yards from the Elder. How lucky is that though? We've been able to walk basically all the way to the Elder, and directly in the path is a Haldor. That's fucking sick. It's so good. This Black Forest scenario has been so good this last couple of hours. Just stacked. You ever do no map, no portal? I tried it, but no, I never committed to it. I do think no map I think it's really fun and interesting to do in terms of, you know, as a gamer, it's fun gameplay. And it's something that I would actually really love because I am a big fan of games without maps in general. Yeah, as for like doing it on stream or something, I've never been sure about it. I don't know if it necessarily feels like it adds something for the viewer, because it's more of like, if you know, you know. But I'm not sure. It's really cool though. Maybe it is something that I'd consider doing on stream, or maybe even in a video. I think, because I do think actually it's not quite so unique, because obviously those people do it, but I do actually think it's really cool. Fred and Obi-Wan just beat Queen and landed in Ashlands in their duo. No, yeah, I saw that they were doing it together, and I caught a bit of it. It seems really cool. Ooh, cave. Are they still going? At least they're still live right now. Bird and Sobe. I've really been enjoying using no map printer mod, an immersive option instead of straight no map. Oh, I do vaguely remember that mod. What does it do? I remember using that, but I don't totally remember what it does. I'm not loving this combo of like 2-star Shaman and the rain. I mean, like miles from spawn. Oh, I keep forgetting I've got arrows though. Oh god. I'm gonna have to relog. You have no map until the cartography table, and then you get a static map, i.e. no markers, no position on the map. You can only update it at the cartography table. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that is super cool. You know what? I remember why I looked into that map. I like one of my popular, more recent videos. If you guys remember, I did like top 10 or top 5 or something of Vanilla Plus mods. That was a contender. But I think it didn't totally make the cut, but it was close. Well, maybe it did make the cut, but I don't think it did. Or maybe it started out top 10 and did top 5. I actually don't remember how long the list was, but that's why. Yeah, that actually looks like a decent mountain as well. The seed is all of a sudden getting interesting. Not sure if I'm gonna straight vanilla or use vanilla light mods. Need to rewatch video. That's actually interesting from the perspective of someone like yourself, where you said, you know, you'd not played in such a long time and looking forward to the update. You sort of, yeah, I wonder. I think vanilla Valheim is really good, but they're all like vanilla plus mods. That's just like such good quality of life. I would probably do that personally, but obviously you'd have to see what ends up working with the update. Sure, most things will work fine. I definitely wouldn't do the crazy ones. Like if you guys remember that video, on purpose, the last one is kind of insane as a bit of a surprise. I don't know if you actually remember. I definitely wouldn't do that. It's a little much, let's say. It's a very fun mod though. But yeah, there's certain things in Valheim that I think it doesn't matter really to the experience. Honestly, just like, remember when everybody used was it called Valheim Plus or something? Is that what it was called? That was like the first big mod. And I'm not even sure I think that's still very popular, but I don't really hear people talk about it anymore. But all that type of stuff though, anyway, that like sort of you have slightly better stamina usage and like infinite torches and all that kind of standard quality of life, like that's absolutely fine. It makes no difference to the fundamental Valheim experience, in my opinion. And then like all of the ones that basically give you like better inventory slots and all that, I also think that that's absolutely fine. My personal favorite as well is like the backpack mod from that video. I think is so cool because the backpack actually totally looks legit. Look at how hard he's running away from us now. Somebody was saying about they're not, you know, we were kind of speculating about future updates for the game, and I was saying I've got some like theories as to what could happen. Which, yeah, I guess I'll explain what those theories are. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we get like a repeat of the Minecraft situation. Whereas if you guys recall, Minecraft obviously hugely successful. I think people forget that it sort of seemed like it went away for a while. And like basically what happened was Mojang like wanted to make other games. They tried making that like Scrolls game or whatever, right? And they like made Minecraft and tried to move on to other things. And the next game was like basically such a flop that no one gave a fuck about it. And to the point where I don't even know if it exists anymore. And they wound up just becoming the Minecraft studio. You know what I mean? After that not working out. And I wouldn't be... Now, I wish like Iron Game all of the success. And I think they're totally capable of making like lots of awesome stuff, but it's just the reality of the games industry. It's like when you have such a big hit, like almost no one manages to follow that up with something people really care about. Like almost nobody, seriously. It's really crazy. I think like there's a handful. Like one of the craziest ones is actually like the fact that Jonathan Blow managed to make Braid, which at the time was like one of the highest rated video games of all time. I think people kind of like, maybe a lot of people are a bit too young now or just weren't into indie games back in the day, but like it was literally one of the highest reviewed video games of all time, the highest reviewed indie game of all time, and kind of the first big indie, or one of the first big indie successes. And then even like years later then do The Witness, which was also very, very successful indie game. So there's like smaller indie creators, you know what I mean? You got like people like Ed McMillan's, people like that. So, but these are all like really like small like companies, and they are the anomaly. Like most of the time, like people can't follow up their big hit. So I wouldn't be surprised. Like I think basically what Iron Gate is after is 100% the thing to do. Like I totally think they should try and become like kind of like a From Software or something. But you know what I mean, where they just become renowned for making lots of great games, and we're always excited about the next Iron Gate project, even though it might take a while. I would be really interested to see how that works out. But what, and like they've basically said, right, that they want to like make other stuff. I just think that most likely what happens is maybe Valheim kind of just gets like maintenance style updates and not necessarily like content or like new stuff. after 1.0, and it feels like the content goes dry, and whilst they make another game, and that game, they, you know, almost inevitably, you know, probably won't do that good, and they'll wind up becoming the Valheim studio after that. That would be my guess of what the series of events would be. It kind of sounds like I'm being a bit of a dick there, but I just think that's kind of the reality of the industry. Is like people don't really, most games aren't successful, right? And when someone has, like, last time I looked into it, wasn't like Valheim like in the top 20 or something of selling games of all time? It's like, I think people underestimate how many copies they sold. I just think you can't really. Now, I totally would buy that they're capable. Like, they're very talented people at Iron Gate, and they're underappreciated for how good they are. You know, not to. You know. For what it's worth, like, I don't think anyone cares whenever I say this, but like, I've been doing game dev, you know, for like 15 years or something, and I did it professionally for a few years, where I had a, you know, more of a senior role where like it would involve like listening to people's pitches for ideas and sort of like helping other developers at the company with their projects and designs and stuff, as well as being like the sole developer on multiple things. And it's, you know, in my experience, this is just what it is. You know what I mean? People, it's so hard to do something that's as successful as Valheim, and when people do manage to pull that off, almost always they can't follow it up. It's like lightning in a bottle making a really great game. Now, obviously, people can be really, really good at making games and figure out how to be more consistent designers and whatnot. But sometimes it just doesn't matter. Like, most likely, whatever Iron Gate makes next is awesome. That's not really what I'm talking about. It's just like whether or not people will give a fuck. Who knows? Hey, what's up, Christy? How's it going, bud? See you in the chat. I'm trying not to use all my arrows before the boss fight, because I came here to do the Elder. I could just set him on fire, I guess. Oh, that's a bit sketch. Not being attacked by a bear. Nice. Do better than me then. Okay. Just with Valheim, all I think about is more. I can't be satiated. Need more new Valheim stuff. Well, that's the thing, is that, you know, if it wound up that they just became the Valheim studio, it's definitely one of those games. They could just do that forever. Like, it obviously could be expanded on basically forever, right? I think most, like, people that love the game kind of see that as a clear possibility. What if the next game's Valheim 2 though? I think that would be awesome. I think that would be awesome. I wish more... Something's fundamentally changed. So a lot of things have fundamentally changed in the gaming industry over the years, and one of the cursed slash, you know, blessed things is the whole early access thing. And early access can be like an amazing thing for companies, right? It can allow small teams to get funding by releasing a game that is a great concept with enough to get people sold on the idea, right? And they get to finish it, like with Valheim. But there's a handful of things that have like been fucked because of this model. Yeah, it's September 9th for 1.0. And like, one of the things that's been fucked is like, I think because early access is how a lot of developers get started in the industry now, there's like really successful game developers that have no idea how to finish a game anymore. Which used to be a fundamental requirement before you could even launch. That's kind of fucked. And I feel pretty strongly about that, and teaching the next generation of developers to learn how to do that. But the other thing is, like, it used to just be the norm to make a sequel, whereas it's sort of becoming the norm to just do the same game forever. And I think both are really cool things, to be clear, because I play a lot of games that I've been playing for many, many years, and I get into games that are like a decade old all the time that are still actively being worked on. And so that's cool. It's just sequels were awesome, right? Remember being a kid in the 90s and playing like Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3 all within that, you know, relatively short span of few years, you know what I mean? Like how awesome that was. And we're in a place now where like most big sequels are from like franchises that predate this whole early access thing. And now there's some you know, there's plenty of other examples like Hades and stuff like that, right? But I do think that there's so many games out there that could benefit from a clean start, like a sequel. Like it, I was like a massive Valheim guy, sorry, a Minecraft player for like a really long time. As I've talked about multiple times on stream, and for a really long time, I really felt like it would be cool if they just did Minecraft 2. Playing modded Minecraft right now? Hell yeah. I see, wait, were you the one that sent me a key for that Minecraft style game that we talked about on one of the streams? I did try it out and it was really cool. You know, there's all this stuff in Minecraft, right, that's obvious. Like, there's advantages to building on top of a game and just doing the same game forever, right? It's iterative, it's cool. But you know, like, we all know that a lot of the times with these games, Vintage Story, yeah, that was a really cool game. We all know there's also like fundamental design decisions that sort of like can't go away, right, without everything else that sits on top of it, where it's just like, wouldn't it be cool if you could change that? Well, like, that's what you can do that with a sequel. You can hold on to as much of the tech as you want as long as you built it correctly. So anyway, yeah, I like Valheim 2 sounds like a good idea. I would love to see that. Elden Ring 2, yes please. Right, exactly. I need to pee. I think I can hold it. Let's do this, chat. This strat's probably not really going to work in this scenario, and I don't really care. That was annoying timing with this. Oh, that's a go away, dude. It's like I should have dodged. I should have taken the hit from the skeleton and really not from the elder. Well, I had to tank something. Oh god, so many roots in the same spot there. Oh. Nice try. That was really shitty root placement on your part, Elder. If I was your teammate, I'd be raging. Valheim does give me a little bit of a retro vibe, yeah. Kind of feel like the rate at which he attacks isn't quite slow enough to be able to do a combo extension on it, really. I guess you could if you kind of pre-did it. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. You can do that combo extension. Little bit sketch though. Where are the roots? Nice try, bro. Great roots again. He keeps wasting his ult. There we go, that's perfect combo extension. Is anyone taking notes? That's some pretty nice. Oh, getting cocky. There's a pretty nice combo extension into dodges there, I was going to say. Vintage Story is an interesting success story because they started out as a Minecraft mod but pivoted to their own game, just kept hitting limitations. It's really, really cool. Yeah, I'm probably going to play some more at some point. I admittedly got into it very briefly, but really appreciate you sending that over. It's a really cool game in general. A nice one for that. Nice. Okay, so this is actually very productive. I'm kind of... It seems silly, but I sort of But we still have a little bit of I'm about to make a terrible decision. How much wood do I have? 14. Still have a little bit of eke there is what I was thinking. What the fuck is this? Hey, can't see it. I bought, I think. I'm lost in the blizzard. Yeah, let's just head back. I did say it would be nice to get Fenris armor before we end the stream in the first session, but we'll still do it. A little bit more patience. Time early on. Might be pushing it a bit, but let's just head back to base. Got a bit of a trek, but that's because we chose to come here before we even got poles or anything. But at least it's only on foot. Yeah. I'm going to read you guys what I wrote down for the idea for a completely insane Valheim mod. I say mod in quotation marks because it's got so ridiculous of an idea that there's a lot to it. So, here is the idea. Nothing in the world is mineable or harvestable. Everything is unbreakable except for wood and trees. And except for the meadows, so that you can get, you know, like stone and flint gear out the way. At night time, you set on fire. Just like stepping on a fire or something, so that eventually you will just die in the night time, right? At the spawn, there is a permanent portal to a new world. I'm calling it the Void because I don't know, whatever. I don't have like names yet, right? So the Void is basically a separate world where you are safe, right? Where you will cease being on fire. You can live there at night. And the Void is basically just flatland. It's just like bedrock floor, totally flat. You can't do any terraforming or anything. It's just a blank flat world. Killing a boss drops a type of compost that matches the current zone's ground. In the real world, you can only build portals. Are you following so far? But in the void, you can craft a planter that you can use the compost in that will allow you to grow crops. If you die in the real world, your inventory is deleted. Compost from a boss will allow you to grow crops from that zone. When those crops are harvested, they randomly drop any items and resources from the next zone. That allows you to gear up for said zone. Enemies drop bones. The harder the enemy, the more bones are dropped. I'm veering off in a random direction here. Let's not die. The 3 special dungeon locations that Hilda reveals, right, when you inspect a map, all contain a new crafting station / piece of machinery called the Bone Crusher. Bone Crushers could... that's like some aesthetic stuff. I'm not going to cut that. So basically, at a Bone Crusher, you can turn bones into bone meal, right? So, you can use bone meal on the crops in the void to make them instantly grow. So you can instantly harvest them. And anything, you know, can be built in there. There's no build restrictions in the void. So basically, it's what you would have to do is it becomes like an RNG fest that is entirely about farming these crops in the void, and all of your craft and everything would just be in this like flatland. You can go nuts for building, but in order to progress, you have to farm killing the boss of like bosses over and over again. In order to get mats to plant more crops, they have to farm over and over again to get to, and that's how you actually would gear up. So it turns the entire game into like the only reason, like, you would kill tons of mobs, right? Because first of all, you need to survive long enough to find all the Hilda dungeons, right? But your mobs are how you get your bones, which allows you to farm crops faster. Because if you ended up just like farming a shitload of bosses, if you just kill bosses over and over again, you can plant tons of crops. If you also had tons of bone meal, you can actually easily spam enough RNG to get decent items for each zone. So it just makes it incentivizes just killing stuff over and over again, plus farming, and this added dynamic of like you can't be out at night without dying. Basically, you would every time you would like always need an ability to get back to spawn to make it to the void. It's a ridiculous idea, and it's just the first draft of an idea, but this, I literally just figured out making like a really simple Valheim mod that I'm not going to tell you what it is until it's released, because it's going to be coming out around 1.0. It is something that people weren't able to figure out, which is why I wanted to figure it out. But it was also my first time making like any mod, and so my next thing, just dev wise, is just like, okay, I did the super simple thing. What's the fucking craziest thing I can ever imagine? This is like a design exercise, and maybe I would see like how much of what I just said I could actually pull off. I don't know. It would probably be a massive project, but depending on, you know, if I get a chance to have a crack at that idea, maybe I would go for it. And I think that could be interesting, because it could be a really cool video, right? If you think about it, I could make that mod, and then I just make the challenge video of me beating that mod, and the video ends with like, here's the mod, you guys can just play it. I think that would be kind of sick. You got a plan for when 1.0 drops? I'm going to hopefully be carrying on this playthrough. And then I'm just going to be hammering out guides for the update, and I'll probably also do like first impressions and sort of like a review like I normally do for updates. And then I'll be trying to figure out speedrun stuff. Like they've said in the past, right, that 1.0 was going to get like actual credit roll, so the game has like an end. So I'll be figuring out the fastest possible way to get to that. Hopefully gets us a new speedrun category that'll be like a proper any percent, and hopefully we can figure out skipping bosses and stuff in order to do that. That's what I'll be trying to figure out. We'll see how that goes. If it works out, I'll be grinding that for ages. If it's not possible and it still ends up being the normal bosses thing, then I'll end up properly getting back into that speedrun category finally. But other than that, it was just going to be back to normal. Back to just doing the occasional guide and challenge thing like I normally do. I always have a gigantic list of things to get to anyway, and Valheim updates are just an inconvenience. They get in the way of all my other plans more often than not. But also, yeah, exciting. It's going to be cool to have like new stuff to cover. But that's basically the plan. As for like how many videos I'm going to be working on when 1.0 comes out, it just completely depends on the update, because been like some updates in the past, it's like I've wanted to like absolutely hammer making videos about it, or just like Valheim news in general, and I'm like, you know what, like this is pointless. Like I've covered everything. I'm not going to go on one of those channels. So we'll see. I'm assuming there's got to be a lot of things to make videos about for a while. Nick being a masochist confirmed. True. Does anything interesting happen if you kill the bosses at different summoning locations? Oh, you mean like because bosses have multiple spawn locations? I mean, I suppose it wouldn't really matter where you kill them. Drops only in the void world, yeah. You basically wouldn't be able to place anything in the normal world except for portals. And that is just to allow you to portal back to spawn, which is where you take your portal to the void. There's also a few other details that I did write in my notes for this idea, but I kind of left out. It's not that big of a deal, like adding like a craftable pocket watch and stuff like that, so you could actually check the time so you knew when you were going to set on fire. It basically like make it so that like if you think as part of that mod, I would probably also like change the day-night cycle to make the night. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. I probably would keep the day-night cycle. Part of the point would be that like night becomes a serious issue. Like maybe I would make it so that you can't skip the night or something like that. You know what I mean? But basically the idea would be, right, that you have to get the fuck out of there every night. And in the void, by default, there is nothing to do. It's a flatland. And that would be the point, was that you would always have to be setting up what you would want to be doing, working on each night, because actually if you plotted it out, you'd be spending the entire night crafting and building and farming in order to progress. And then the daytime would be too valuable for you to be stuck in the void, right? You'd want to be out farming bones and compost or whatever from bosses. And obviously it's still Valheim. Like, you need to find all of the bosses you need to be finding Hilda. So like basically each day becomes sort of like an emergency to get actual useful things done and prepare for all of your crafting and building that you would have to do each night. Voidheim. Perfect. I didn't even think of that. I literally just called that thing the Void as a temporary name, thinking it's kind of a void. Now you've just said Voidheim. That's the name. That's obviously the name. How did I not think of that? That actually sounds kind of sick. I'm writing that down. Now everything... This is like how I kind of try to do things, especially with like... creative projects and kind of with game dev stuff. Sometimes it depends, but like, you know, I start out with the most basic thing, figure that out, and then I come up with something like ridiculously over ambitious and massive, and see out of that what is doable. And normally you know, there's normally some compromise, but you'll end up learning a lot in the process. Just a little creative in naming things. I don't know how I didn't think of calling it Voidheim, to be fair. Like the most obvious thing ever. But that is a great name. Yeah, so we'll see. No promises. I mean, maybe, I don't know like how chat feels about, like, I've streamed programming and dev stuff and stuff. Oh my god, I keep going to the wrong markers. You know, maybe that's the type of dev stream that people would actually be interested in watching. It's not me making like my own games, but making like some crazy Valheim mod. By the way, the only reason I'm willing to talk about this is like, no one's going to do that. It's too hard. Because it is definitely the kind of thing that you'd be like, that's such a crazy idea. Maybe somebody could steal it. Steal it. Do it. It would sound sick. I want to play that. And if you're going to steal it, hit me up. Maybe we can collab on it. But, I doubt that will happen. Because something tells me that none of this will be very easy. Void Howler. That's pretty good as well. Yeah, people typically don't steal things that are really difficult to do. And when it comes to like game dev stuff, like game dev's hard. But yeah, it would be exciting for me to make a really crazy Valheim mod that was almost its own game. That really is an exciting idea to me. And one of the reasons it's exciting is like, people really liked it. I could like, kind of like Vintage Story that we're talking about earlier. Like, if people wanted it as a standalone game, I could do that. It's a lot of work, but people were into it. It would be worth it. Do 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 do. There's a mod that adds a basement. I think I remember that. Maybe you could make the void like that, like a dungeon. Yeah, that sounds cool. If someone has a link to that mod, they could post it in the Discord, that would be cool. Do we have a channel about mods? I don't think we do. We have so many channels that people don't use it. Yeah, someone could post that link to that in the Discord, that'd be appreciated. Do you think more people use the Elder ability now since they've added this health regen thing? I might try it. Right, I really need to pee, and we're going to be even riskier than our usual dance to give chat content whilst I pee. We don't pause the game, we just dance to see if we die. I'll be right back. Right, sorry, chat. I need to grab some water as well. In another couple of minutes. Be right back. I appreciate that, Slide Swift. I've seen a lot of Valheim content. Oh, I've watched a lot of Valheim content. Never seen anyone use the Elder power. I know, right? Let's try it out. It does give a massive health buff now. What's up, Ryan? I'm curious, chat. I've got crazy noise reduction. Can you hear me crunching these crisps? Would you still hear chomping or no? No. Wow, that's crazy. That's super funny. That is actually mental. Like, you couldn't hear anything. Then my voice, it probably would sound better without this crazy noise cancelling effect that I've got on, but it's on because the office is still really hot. So I've got a crazy fan on. But that's really funny. Need to know how I did that? Oh, it's using Elgato Wavelink for my audio mixer. They have a free Elgato noise removal plugin. That is like AI noise removal. And, you know, really, your audio will sound better if you do not use it. However, it's extremely effective at removing noise if there's noise to remove. I might speak about everything in the room. I don't know what that was. Oh, no. Well, if you ever want like audio advice, Chrissy, just hit me up on Discord. I'm happy to help. I went to university for music technology. I have a couple of degrees in it, so kind of my thing. So I'm always happy to help anybody, really. Totally disaster with that stuff. Well, it used to be the only thing I was good at when I started doing content. I was like, okay, if there's one thing that I know I can figure out is having decent audio, everything else, that's probably going to be a shit show for a while, and it kind of was the case, I think. All right. We have to be able to make some sort of bear stuff now. You know what? I've just remembered. Part of the bear armor wants berries or something, doesn't it? It's gonna be super fucking annoying. Oh, whilst I remember. Click. I was literally thinking if we die at spawn, it's gonna be a disaster. Because our spawn was still at the Elder. How do we feel about Paws of the Bear as a weapon, chat? See, it's low damage, but it's high DPS, right? And this early, it's ridiculously easy to get for how good it is. Right, chat likes it, so we'll try it. Parry draw goes with it, nice. Oh yeah, the parry bonus is really good. Don't grade it too. Right, now we're talking. Especially if you combine the pause and middle click to stagger the mobs, then punch him. Crazy DPS. I'll try that. That sounds good to me. Let me hide my camera so I can disgustingly munch these crisps. Okay. Oh shit, I forgot. You can't just make the rug like that. What damn rain. Oh. I'm getting so lost right now. Wait, no, this is the right build. We still haven't really used any arrows. I always learn something here. I didn't know you could break Halder's rug with a bare head. That seems stupidly rare. I know, right? It's definitely a nice little quality of life trick. Yeah. I'm sorry, but I'm still just going to get more wood to just chuck things in more chests instead of organizing anything. Let me test something. What's this health tick like? Pretty good. Has joined. This doesn't look like you're ready for the Deep North. Yep. It's a Deep North prep playthrough, bud. We just started a new game. We're gonna play through the whole game and then we'll back. It's kind of adorable. Okay. I think... trying to think what we want to do next. I think we need to just get onto portals. And then, honestly, yeah, get a portal down and head back to the mountain, really. I think that's the plan. I was just thinking, oh yeah, maybe I'd take more pickaxes. Oh, you know what? That's not what we're doing next. I know what we're doing next. Let's go buy the strength belt. And we're gonna go and instantly change back to ether. So we can do this faster. You're out of wood. Great to see you streaming. Great to see you back streaming again, Nick. I'm gonna ship for the night. Have a good one. Keep up, DOG Valheim. Oh, I appreciate that. That's really nice of you to say, bud. Good to be back. Nice having you. Great to catch up with all of the old regulars. Have a good one, dude. See, normally my first base would be like right next to the shrine, or like right on the coast next to the shrine, but finding that maypole changes things. We're gonna have to wrap it up pretty soon. I think we'll see how we get on at Haldo and how long it takes us to get there and back, because take a while. Maybe we I don't know if we have time to necessarily do a bit of mining on the way back, but we'll see. I could. I'll see how I get on. 4 AM is normally my cutoff these days. We'll probably need to do some longer gaming sessions, frankly, to get this playthrough done the way I want before the update. I don't know why I just automatically equipped my axe then when I don't need to. That's really good, even compared to like the level 3 club on a skeleton that's weak to blunt. And that's me. I'm kind of tempted to try troll. Actually, we've done quite a lot of damage there. I don't need to quick swap with the hammer. Of course, all the little dickhead grey dwarves come running out. I just wanted to test it out anyways. It's yeah, seems really good. I have used it before, but it's been a while, I guess. You actually do run really fast in this game. Especially like with rested, good stamina, regeneration. If the map was like all land, you could run from top to bottom in not that bad of a time, I feel like. With the occasional leak clear buff. I'll start collecting these now. What are everyone's trader priorities for buying stuff? Other than the obvious, like the strength belt. What else? Here, like, a lot of the times these days, people don't even seem to want to bother with fishing. Nearly there. Oh man, I've almost been streaming for 7 hours actually. I'm going long enough, really. Let's see how much money we make at the trader and see what we can buy. Maybe the venomous arm will have to wait till tomorrow. I think one of the only things about like this weapon type is how it relies on fists. I'm only really killing stuff right now because I want to level up. And it's fun. They're very fun to use. Alright, I actually see it. I think I'll probably call it soon because I'm kind of just zone out. It's like the first time I've actually just checked in to see how many people are watching the stream right now. And it's way more than I thought. Thanks so much, chat. I really appreciate that. Right then. Not really going to be much left after buying and making the orders. Guess it is what it is. It's definitely premature buying your mere flesh. Nice. Don't forget, guys, to smash the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. It really is the best way you can help me out completely for free. It really makes a big difference. That's really appreciated. Maybe, well, I don't think we have to worry about looking for treasure, really, do we? Nothing else is really that big of a deal for us to get a trader at this point. Oh, bear claws versus bear claws. Oh, that's really nice. You confused bear. Ow. But the last thing I need. You fucking what? You just healed the bear. That's unacceptable. Oh, I've got no stamina. Oh, we parried him though. Get a punch in, even though I'm out of stamina. Whatever it takes. We've got him perfectly trapped between a couple of trees now. Oh, skeletons. Skeletons have had to really hard. Okay. So I don't need this. I don't care about this wooden shield anymore. Got this. I actually got a trophy naturally there. That's pretty good. I love this little random piece of music that plays. I forgot I don't have the inventory slots for that food. I was just thinking, if we see copper, probably worth figuring that out. Did we loot this before? I think we did. We should check it for a table or chair or something, because I think we only technically need like a couple of pieces of fine wood to make a chair. Will increase our can increase our comfort nice and easily. Back at the base. Alright, making a nice little fine wood chair. Maybe we... Nah, there's no point in checking. I was thinking about we could dip in for some treasure, but what do we really need treasure for? Watch at this point. Yes. I was going to check for your audio stuff. Sounds good, Christy. No worries. Look forward to hearing from you, mate. Have a good one. Right. I'm definitely feeling pretty tired. I'm going to go for as long as I can. I don't know how much longer that is, chat. What's this one? Grey Dwarfs. I guess we could bring in. Is it a bit of a waste? It's not really a waste, is it? Because we want a cauldron basically now anyway. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty good. We'll just gather a little bit of tin so we can kind of get that ready to smelt when we get back, and then that's a good job done. So, not bad progress for our first session. Couple of bosses. Honestly, kind of amazing when you factor in the fact that we got the strength belt and we've got set up at our maypole, which is crazy considering we're out of season with the maypole. There's like freaking one on the entire map or whatever. That's crazy. We got a couple of bees going as well. Few bosses, strength belt, pretty good. And this gear is like, we're getting decent now. We can go far with this setup right here. Depending on how much time we have before the update comes out, I'd like to kind of set up some auto farmers and stuff as well. I've definitely not done all of the auto farmers, and also I haven't done any auto farm in a really long time. I heard there's supposed to be some kind of storage solution in 1.0. Looking forward to whatever that is. Maybe backpacks. Oh, I don't remember hearing that one. That sounds exciting. I'd be very surprised if they added backpacks, but it would be amazing if they did. But yeah, just any storage solution, I guess, in general would be... Yeah, that's interesting. What's this one? Oh, Grey Dwarfs again. J-Smalls hinted about it on Twitter last year, but it's very vague. Oh, really? I'd love to have a conversation with Jonathan. I've not spoken to him before. Like a smart guy. His game looks sick. Did you guys see the screenshot that he posted the other day of the first look at like what planets look like from orbit in his space game? Looks really fucking cool. What's my favorite biome to build in? I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say meadows, honestly. I'm kind of basic. I'm just a big fan of relaxing, lush green areas in games in general. But the swamp is also very cool. I don't know, it's hard to... Mountain, I think, is the most epic biome to build in. Building on top of a mountain and like having everything all snow swept and everything is super, super cool. I'm playing Ashlands, that's really hard to drop to get. I think they should add a backpack in the plains. I think Mistlands and especially Ashlands have too many items to carry at once. I think that's fair. I think a really big factor in the Ashlands and the Mistlands with that kind of thing is the fact that one of the ways those areas are like majorly different is the fact that you're essentially have to dungeon crawl to find all the fragments for the summon, you know, so you can build kind of like the summon item. Whereas really everywhere else, I mean, I guess you could argue like the swamp, like scrap piles also sort of fill your inventory, but it's only a couple of items, right? I think one of the reasons your inventory ends up so full is just like you got to keep doing that over and over. And there's like so many mats to do with seekers when it comes to food and armor and weapons, and yeah, I think that's kind of why, right? There's a lot of mats in general, but like part of the reason why I end up with so many is like you sort of have to dungeon crawl a lot. I'd love dedicated armor slots and pouches in the backpacks. The dedicated armor slots, I think they've like said they'd never do, but I agree. Specifically backpacks and dedicated armor slots. I think the mods I talked about in my like whatever it was, like top 10 vanilla plus mod video, that video I did, like the solution in those mods I think are perfect, honestly. They're really, really good. They're like feel vanilla. Backpacks or at least a better cart they can handle upper terrain would be nice. Oh, I think they have used a better cart, right? I think. Just reading saying that you're intrigued, Sea-Wage, about Jonathan's game. I just love space games in general. Such a cool thing. I mean, I wish I played more space games, honestly. I wish there were more good space games as well. I'd love to make a space game one day. one of the games I'd love to make that's always been on like my bucket list is basically like pixel art, like Star Citizen, basically. You know what I mean? Like huge base sim, or like 2D pixel art. I think could actually be kind of sick. Still like first person cockpit view and everything. You know, maybe you get out at a space station and it looks like it's like a top down thing. But I've always thought that would be really cool to do. I mean, it'd be nice to make a space sim 3D as well. Don't get me wrong. But I've always thought that would be like a cool indie game idea. I kind of need coal, right? So let's get a little bit of wood. I don't remember who said this. It was either you, Thread, or Henrik, but someone suggested trying backpacks into Hilda's request. I think it could be interesting. Oh, yes. I see what you're saying. I don't know who said that. I don't think that was me. But yeah, that is a good idea, yeah. Yeah, it's on brand, isn't it, for Hilda? To make it so she sort of makes you a backpack or something as part of the quest. That'd be cool. I like that idea a lot, actually. It should be like you have to do everything, you know what I mean, to unlock it. Oh. Bots. Literally, as we're talking about this, we run out of inventory slots. It would give Hilda a point to the game. Yeah, exactly. I do think some of like the coolest things that you can do in this game that I think are like super fun need a bit more meat to the incentive. Like everything to do with like all the traders are kind of awesome. It's awesome that they exist. It's fun to farm loot and sell stuff and buy stuff with all of the traders, including Haldor, right? It's awesome that the Bog Witch like has a great gameplay loop there with incentivizing you to do all these cool potions and stuff. Hilda, a little bit less interesting, even though, but like the dungeons are fucking super cool. The reward sort of sucks, but like the thing is, I don't necessarily care about any of that. And what would just be awesome is if like, oh sorry, I forgot the most important one. The Dernwin is amazing. I love that. It's kind of this weird secret little thing. It's just kind of feels like a little bit of story or something would go a long way in something like that. You know what I mean? Even if it was just a little bit of written dialogue, or maybe you unlock a little cutscene or something, you know, like, and do it like buying everything off one of all of the traders. Like, buying everything off each trader, I feel like should do something. Buying everything off all the traders should do something. Getting the Dernwin, like the Dernwin probably should be better, but also like something else should happen, you know what I mean? Some sort of narrative, I think. And then also, like, wouldn't it be awesome if there was like something that happens, some story element, something like even if it's a little animation or something, when you like you bought everything from all of the traders, and then, you know, or if you get the Dernwin or something. I don't know. I just feel like it wouldn't take much. We don't need much of a carrot. You know what I mean? As gamers, it does, like, what we get is cool and I like it. I just think like it doesn't feel very ceremonious, does it? It sort of doesn't feel a lot of those things are really, really, really cool, but it doesn't feel like a big deal in game. It's just like, oh, okay, I'm done. It would be nice if the Bog Witch or maybe another trader that sold a planting device that lets us plant neat rows of multiple plants at once. That's not so tedious. That's really cool. I think, yeah, I think that could be like an entire new trader where you basically unlocked one component at a time for like doing a different dungeon variant, kind of like with, you know, how Hilda, you got to do all those dungeons and the mini bosses drop those chests. There could be tons of mini bosses in this game that all drop different things that could all be given to a certain NPC to unlock some sort of recipe that does something like that. Something really big and crazy that I get like Iron Gate not wanting to do because maybe it seems like kind of OP, but I think in a game that's predominantly like PvE and a lot of people are playing single player, I think as long as you make, like, you have to work for it, there isn't a limit you can allow the player to do. You know what I mean? What happened to like beating Resident Evil a bunch of times and with under a certain amount of time and without dying, all this stuff? Also you could like get like the rocket launcher or something that was like ridiculously powerful, like doing all of the like dog tags and stuff like that in like Metal Gear, so you could become invisible and stuff like that, you know, like all this type of stuff we were starting to lose. And I don't like it. And I do think it's a side effect of developers not knowing how to finish games anymore. Yeah, I don't know. It's a bit of a mess. But yes, I agree with all this stuff. Agricultural trader that sells bush cuttings that you can plant and have your own berry bushes, or maybe planting pops or some sorts. Yeah, exactly. That would, yeah, that makes complete sense. Right then. I think I'm going to call it there because I'm getting pretty tired, chat. But thank you so much for watching the stream today. It's been really cool. Been the first proper casual Valheim stream I've done in a really, really long time. And I'm really looking forward to this playthrough. It's going to be super fun. Before you go, I want to remind you of a couple of things. First of all, head to YouTube, smash the like button, smash subscribe, join the Discord. Links in the description for all of that. I would tell you to do exclamation Discord or something, but the bots are drunk or something today. I need to fix that. Just as a reminder, because I know what people don't know this, I recently made it. You guys probably know if you've been watching me for a long time that if you become a patron, you get access to a couple of different private Valheim servers, like a survival one and a build one. I recently made it so that like also Twitch subs and also YouTube members get access to it. All you've got to do is link your Twitch or YouTube or Patreon account with your Discord account and make sure you join the Discord, and you'll automatically be assigned roles that give you access to the server access channels in the Discord. So if you've always, lots of, like, this used to be a really common question I used to get. So if you've always wanted to check out the build server that you've seen in videos on the streams and stuff, there's going to be some super cool server stuff coming post 1.0. If you've always wanted to check that stuff out, but like you just don't have a Patreon account or don't know how to use Patreon or whatever, because these are all like common things that people would say, it's never been easier. So there you go. All right, I will be back live as soon as I'm feeling like I have the energy for it. We'll see how wrecked I feel after this. long stream today. I'll be back as soon as I can. I'm trying to get out of the habit of making promises that I can't keep, so I'm not going to tell you when. But as long as I feel good, the stream will be very soon, because I'm planning to smash this playthrough before 1.0 comes out, and we're running out of time. It's going to be awesome. All right, guys. Night, CUH. Thanks for watching. And yeah, I'll see you guys soon for some more Valheim. Night. Have a good one. Bye.